time. I know there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. What do you say to the family members who are waiting for their loved ones to be recovered? I mean, how do you even wrap your mind around that?
I think what you say is we're going to find out what happened. These victims deserve that. The families deserve that. But the notion of jumping to some conclusion, less than 12 hours after this tragedy occurred, there'll be a time for that kind of discussion.
And to kind of clarify, I know I asked you about your concerns with the traffic here, busy runways, and I know you said that there will be a time for that later. Can we expect to hear an update from that?
Tim Kaine and I, the whole Virginia delegation, we know how.
Some of these reporters, right? They don't listen. This is more than just about views, okay? It drives me nuts. These people are not thinking about the victims. And if you're going to come over here, just saying, and you're going to make this political, this ain't the live for you. Just saying, because there's nothing political about this. Good morning, Misty. Yes, I was live last night right after the crash. 67 people. 67. It's so sad. So let's watch these updates here. I just got up.
Busy National is. We know the level of helicopter traffic just because we're the nation's capital that has to be part of the airspace. We expressed those concerns. Concerns we never got a full vote on that, although I quickly add those new slots or those new flights have not been added yet. But again, there'll be a time for that kind of discussion, but it's obviously not right now.
I want to ask you too, because we heard the Secretary of Transportation say he believes that this was 100% preventable. Your reaction to that?
I don't have any idea how, when we don't have the facts, the NTSB hasn't done their investigation, that people can make those claims. Obviously, I've been a governor, a senator. I've been in this stuff for 25 years. I've never had to come to this this doesn't happen very often. Our airspaces are statistically the safest in the world. That doesn't mean much if you're getting the kind of worst news you could ever imagine sometime over these last 12 hours. I just hope that we would all hold off on causation and whether it could be avoided or not. Obviously, something happened here that wasn't appropriate, but let's wait for it.
And before we let you go, I do want to ask you too, we don't have a lot of the answers, right? And you have the airport that is getting ready to open back up in just about 3 hours. You have passengers all across the country who are getting ready to go on airplanes. A lot of anxiety, I would imagine. What do you say to those travelers and to reassure them that it is safe?
I would say that we have always had the safest airspace in the world. I know the Airports Authority, the FAA, they're not going to reopen this airport at 11 o'clock this morning unless that we are safe. Again, I want to give a particular shout out as well for the air traffic controllers who have a remarkable record of directing this traffic on a regular basis. They're federal employees. So I have great assurance, but I can completely understand that kind of tension or concern coming after this tragedy.
We really appreciate your time, and I know a lot of the focus right now will be on the family members, first responders who have a difficult task ahead of them. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There you guys, again, if you're just tuning in, that was Virginia Senator Mark Warner talking about, everything from the first responders to the scope of this tragedy that we're dealing with. Again, we just got an update from officials about an hour ago. We now know that a total of 28 bodies have been recovered out of the Potomac River so far, 27 passengers from that American Airlines flight and 1 soldier from that military helicopter. Still a lot of, unanswered questions here. The airport will reopen this morning here at Reagan National at 11 o'clock this morning, and officials are, telling passengers that it is safe. They would not reopen if it were not not. And of course, just the NTSB now taking over this investigation. Unfortunately, this has changed from a rescue mission to a recovery mission with still many more passengers in the water. And the first responders have just such a difficult task ahead of them, both physically and mentally. Guys, back to you.
All right, Marcella Robertson reporting. Thank you very much. We want to continue our coverage right now and get out to Jacqueline Quinn to give us a live update on where things stand from her perspective. Good morning.
Yeah, as you heard there, officials talking about how this is switching over from a rescue operation to a recovery operation at this point. But we're not seeing, the strength and numbers out here diminish, because we're still seeing the response out here. Much of that focus over here towards the water. We're standing as close as we really can get right now to see all of the vehicles and response. That's where the boats have been taking off. The helicopter has been taking off right now. It's actually stationary, parked there at the area. But we had heard from the conference that they have located these 2 aircrafts out there in the water. That's about 3 miles away from where we're standing. This is just the staging area where all the personnel and the equipment have been coming through, but a very massive response. And I can tell you, again, going over the numbers, that they have recovered the 28 victims, including one of the personnel that was on the military Black Hawk helicopter. So the concentration of personnel, equipment all over out here on the Potomac. And we have seen much of that move in and out of this space. So I'll point out now that we're...
No, they don't know. Well, they're not saying right now, because right now it's a recovery mission, and see, this happened last night, and you were probably sleeping. Let me show you my video I posted. Hold on a minute. Let me get there. Okay, I'm going to mute. All right, this here's a radio traffic control right before the crash with pictures. Hold on a minute.
SB Cloud is PRJ in flight. SB Cloud F1 is PRJ. Well, there's a aircraft in flight for this. 72 Washington, 1 star, 32017. American 2130, go around turn left and 250 Clemente 3000.
How sad is that? You know what? Never mind. Let's watch this. Let's watch updates.
Seeing daylight, all of the agencies that we're seeing out here. We know that DC Fire is out here, and we have had multiple other agencies, local, Alexandria, as well as the airport fire and the Park Service as well. All of this to continue looking for those who are still missing. And you've heard about it. The conditions on the water at this time are very hard to navigate, extremely rough, according to the DC fire chief. He talked about some areas waist deep water, 18 feet. And then you can see from out here, it's icy. Okay, it's very cold this time of the year. It's murky, and it's still moving down there, and that's why these are very extremely rough conditions. Now, it's been really just a lot of work to continue to help find these victims. We've heard about some of the anguish, some of those feelings from loved ones and friends that are waiting to learn more about those passengers that were on board that plane. No names released or yet confirmed at this time, though we did hear, at least through the U.S. Figure Skating Organization, that they have confirmed there were members of their organization on board. I'll go briefly over their statement. They talked about our skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. They're devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in their hearts. As we mentioned, of course, multiple agencies are aware, as well as the president. He's issued a statement on this, and people still learning about this are now concerned. Perhaps they haven't been able to get in touch with a loved one or a family friend member, and there is a number to find more information on this, and I'll share that with you right now. That's 1-800-679-8215. Again, 1-800-679-8215. Again, now this is turning over to the NTSB. They're investigating, but they have been here on the scene since this has happened. People wanting to know, or the question is, what happened here? Why was perhaps this military helicopter flying so low? All these things will be stuff that the NTSB will have to be looking at. And the latest, as you heard, they're going to try to open up the airport back at 11 today. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All righty, Jacqueline Quinn reporting live for us at 8:25. We have certainly.
Okay, I want to watch. I'm going to look right now. I want to watch the first presser. Hold on a minute. I'm going to find it right now. Hopefully. I think I did have it to watch later. Hold on a minute. Okay, yeah, I found the press conference. Which one do I want to watch first? All right. What is going on here? Okay. Give me a minute, please. I'm trying, people. Military have benefits flying treetops. I don't know, and I don't know.
In other news, Minnesota residents are going to be happy to hear this. It just came out. There's a new website where any Minnesota.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. You work within my budget and help me feel confident in the.
Okay, very sad. Okay, like I said, I wanted to watch the first press conference from last night because I didn't get to see it. But here are some pictures of last night's rescue. Look at this. How sad is that? You guys, I'm going to tell you something about me. I have fears Don't laugh now. Very sad. I have fears of water. I feel that's how I'm going to lose my life. I'm going to drown. Don't laugh at me. But when I get on a bridge and there's water, I have a panic attack. It's horrible. It's horrible. Like when there's like rush hour, right? And I'm on a bridge, I got to make sure my car's moving, because in my head, I'm like, okay, I'm moving. Even if it's 5 miles an hour, otherwise I have a panic attack. My whole family picks on me. They will stop on a bridge with water underneath just to pick on me. Oh, God, I can't believe this. All right, let's go back to this news station. I do want to watch this morning's update. Let's see here. Oh, we're on the wrong one. I'm sorry. And I'm going to find some other stuff for us here. So stay with me, peoples. Okay, let me mute me. I got to mute me because I'm not wearing my headphones.
Learned quite a bit of new information, especially from that last press conference or news conference that took place with multiple local leaders. You had state, federal leaders, congressmen, senators weighing in on it. But we will have more for you. Stick with us as this breaking situation continues to develop. We'll be right back.
We'll be sure to bring the latest to you live. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much for that report. Appreciate it. All right. We want to get out to Randy Ayala right now. She is out on the scene where she has the backdrop right there where the boats are in the background trying to do as much as they can to try to rescue and recover at this point. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. So the Potomac River right behind me. I do want to give you a quick update, though. Things out here changing rapidly. About 5 minutes ago, got an update. Park Police out here. They are going to be closing this area in just a couple of minutes. They are calling this a crime scene now this morning. But you can see, or rather hear, that chopper. It has been circling all morning as search and rescue efforts.
See, okay, I have to make my opinion here. Why do people, when they report on stuff, say stuff like that? Did you hear what she said? They're treating this like a crime scene. Why is she saying a crime scene? This was an accident, as far as we know right now. There are families out there and loved ones that are watching the news station. Now they're saying crime scene. Shame on them.
Are underway. I do want to toss it to some sound we got early this morning inside of DCA from Kansas Senator Jerry Moran. It was around 1 o'clock this morning. He was inside the airport. He came from Wichita. He said that he takes that flight often, and he was visibly and understandably heartbroken about what happened here. Take a listen. All right, so that was Kansas Senator Jerry Moran that we heard from early this morning. He actually lobbied American Airlines to add this flight from Wichita to DCA. Again, Dangerfield Island, where I'm standing right now, being called a crime scene. This is coming to us from Park Police. So we'll bring you the very latest.
Why is she saying crime scene, you guys? Is there something I don't know? I mean, I'm asking respectfully, is there something out there that they're saying that? Because I haven't heard that. It's a rescue mission. I know that. We're sorry. Now, since we're talking fears, yeah, good fear. But now let me get back to me. It's all about me right now. Okay. I think the reason why I'm scared of water, because let's see, I was pregnant. 1990, we were ice fishing, right? And we were hearing the ice cracking, right? And I'm like, let's get out of here, because one of his buddies pulled up and all we heard was the ice breaking. I'm like, no, I want off this lake right now. Well, we were leaving And all of a sudden, the water's coming over, the flaps, whatever it's called. I can't even remember right now. I could have died, you guys, that day. We could have went in. It was terrifying. I have never gone on a lake ever again. And I will never again. I don't know how we made it off that lake. It was horrible because the dude that was a passenger had his door open ready to jump off. It was so funny. Well, it's funny now watching a guy terrified like that. Here I'm in the middle. I can't go nowhere and I'm pregnant. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to carry on.
We're able to get back up, guys. I'll send it back to you.
Randy Ayala, thanks for that. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop.
And for updates anytime, just download the WUSA 9 app on your phone. Watch us anytime on the free WUSA 9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back. Including that's crew and that's the passengers from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land. As the rescue efforts continue, questions are rising this morning about aviation safety. As we take a live look here at the scene, and we can see those boats there on the Potomac helping with those search and rescue efforts. Coming up, we will speak with the fire chief out of Prince George's County, who has the crew members also assisting with these water rescues today. We'll get to that in about 5 minutes or so. But for right now, we want to turn to our Jess Arnold for some more context as far as this topic goes. President Trump, Jess, issuing an executive order just about a week ago related to flight safety. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right, Allison. President Trump signed the Keeping America Safe in Aviation order last Tuesday. Now, this order emphasizes the need to hire more Federal Aviation Administration employees. Trump's order instructs the FAA to end DEI hiring practices to accomplish that goal. Now, we've been telling you about pushes by the FAA to hire enough air traffic controllers. In September, the FAA said it reached its hiring goals for the fiscal year by bringing on more than 1,800 new air traffic controllers. The FAA says it's the largest number of hires made in nearly a decade. Now, the shortage of air traffic controllers is one of the reasons we saw local lawmakers pushing back against adding more flights to DCA. It already has the busiest commercial runways in the United States. Last year, there were a couple near misses, close calls that we have reported on as well. Still, we know, though, 5 new nonstop round-trip flight routes were approved for DCA in October as part of the Reauthorization Act. Now, those flights, though, haven't started. They are set to start in March, guys.
All right, Jess Arnold, thank you so much, Jess. And as we saw in that shot earlier, just want to say the sun is rising on a new day at 7:16 right now, a somber day that will go down in the history books here in Washington. But you're looking at rescue boats there, vehicles trying to make sure that everyone that is in the water is recovered. Now, we know it's been dangerously cold this month. We can just imagine the temperature there in the Potomac River that we're looking at. It was frozen as recently as last week. And Jonathan is with us, of course, and he's here to walk us through the conditions that victims and emergency response crews as well, what they're dealing with right now.
Yeah, and I just want to tell you, this is now 1 minute past sunrise. So things brighter, of course, at the collision scene. So hopefully our responders can get a better view and a better survey of what actually is going on. But the water temperatures are just brutal right now in the Potomac. Of course, our rescuers and first responders do have protection. They've got dry suits likely that they're using for any of the scuba diving or diving rescues that they may be doing, or any of the activity on the water. But still, this is just brutal temperatures, better than the frozen river waters that we had.
We're going to watch a press conference in Kansas City. Here we go. This is going on right now.
As we know, an American Airlines jet carrying 64 people plunged into the Potomac River after colliding in midair with an Army helicopter on Wednesday night. We're hearing recovery teams in Washington, D.C. had pulled more than 24 bodies from the icy waters. We do not know yet final confirmation on all of the individuals who were on that flight. And of course, we will share that information, but not before families have been first contacted. Congressman Ron Estes is here with us this morning, and I would like to invite him to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mayor Wu, and thank you for all of the city council members for holding this press conference to help share this information. This is such a tragic day for our community. So many of us will be touched by people that we know directly or indirectly that were victims of this tragic tragedy that happened. You know, overnight I was in contact with the White House Situation Room, getting updates as they were going through the process. I spoke last night with the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board as well. And at that point in time, their investigation was they were getting prepared for that, but they were waiting for the search and rescue efforts to conclude before they started that investigation. So I know this is going to be a tragedy that touches our community. We have such a steep history of being involved in aviation, and being a close-knit community like we are, it's going to have consequences for years to come. I do want to make a general comment about air safety in general. I mean, we have the safest skies in any country in the world. And when a tragic incident like this happens, obviously we want to do the investigation, which will take days and weeks to go through that process, and to make sure that we can prevent accidents like this from happening in the future. And so I appreciate all of the updates we'll have this morning. I know there will be more coming out, both from here in Wichita as well as in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman. We also have a representative for Senator Jerry Moran who will share a statement as well.
Mayor, thank you. I'm Mike Zammerslow with United States Senator Jerry Moran's office. The senator asked me to share the following statement on his behalf. Wichita is located in the heart of our nation, and today we are grieving. I received confirmation this morning that no one survived the crash of American Airlines Flight 5342. This is a sad day for Kansans and our nation as we awaken this morning to this tragic news. My heart grieves for the lives that were lost and their loved ones, who are now learning that their friend or family member was among those who perished. There will be much to learn and to do in the coming days in the wake of this tragedy. But today, please join me in praying for Kansas. May God comfort those who are mourning. Mayor, thank you.
I would like to now ask our airports director, Jesse Romo, to provide some updates. And again, a lot of the details are still waiting for confirmation. And so we ask that Jesse give us the latest that we have confirmed.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Jesse Romo, Director of Airports, Wichita Airport Authority. I don't have a lot of official information to share. We will get that directly from NTSB. American Airlines will be providing the official updates and information. They do have a newsroom that you can go to online. The website is aa.com/newsroom. There is also an 800 number to utilize for the friends and family members of the people aboard the flight, 1-800-679-8215. I will say that airport staff did activate our family incident support team last night. And so if family members did show up to the terminal to have additional information, even for support, we were there with them with our team of volunteers, along with other airline staff and representatives. The airport remains open. There is air traffic continuing. Right now, we do have fog, so I would ask everybody to please drive safe as you're headed to the airport or traveling today, and keep up with your airline for additional information. And right now, that's all I have.
I would like to say that Director Jesse Romo, City Manager Bob Layton, and several council members were at the airport last night as the care team got activated. I also learned from American Airlines this morning that additional care team members have come to Wichita and will be providing support for families as well as crew members. I am in direct contact with American Airlines to find out the confirmed information to provide to all of you. But I want to reiterate that any information should go to their hotline, especially for families. And that number that Jesse said already, but I will remind everyone to use again, is 1-800-679-8215. In addition, this afternoon at high noon, the Wichita City Council, in contact with the Greater Wichita Ministerial League and multiple faith leaders in Wichita, will be coming together for a community-wide prayer. And we ask that anyone who would like to join us to come to City Hall here in downtown Wichita for that community prayer. All are welcome. At this time, our community needs to come together to support the family members who have been impacted, to come together in honor of those individuals on that flight. And as a council, we will lead in bringing this community together to pray for our community, but also move our community to know that there are resources. And as a city, we will have additional resources, especially for staff who have been impacted. And I am again grieving with everyone in our community and those in Washington, D.C. due to this very tragic incident that happened. We will take a few questions at this time.
Just any of the passengers are Wichita residents versus traveling back home to DC or somewhere else?
At this time, we don't have that information, and I know that we don't have the manifest at this moment.
Have you spoken to any family or friends of members or people on the plane?
The care team was activated last night, and one family was there. And I want to say thank you to our local media partners who were respectful here in Wichita. That says a lot about our community. The care team was there to provide comfort for that family, and the council members were also there to provide comfort for them. But at this time, that is all we have in regards to family members.
Do you know how many families did show up last night?
Only one.
Was everything normal at the beginning of this flight taking off from Wichita?
Say that again.
Was the flight normal taking off?
I will have Jesse.
Yes, to our knowledge, everything occurred as normal, so there was no abnormality to the operation.
Will this flight continue as normal tonight? Or is this flight on hold? Any changes at all?
I know Reagan National was shut down for a while. They have plans to reopen the airport, and I haven't heard yet when exactly they're going to open, and I haven't heard specifically for this flight. But if we do have additional information, that will come from American as well. And so if folks are looking to fly on that route, just need to continue to check with American Airlines.
Jesse, how many seats were on the plane on the 700? Is that 75 or do you know what it's configured to?
Well, good word. The configuration depends, for each aircraft, but it is approximately about 75 seats normally. And I would have to get specifics on that aircraft, but I don't have that at this time.
Has there been any contact with Bombardier, especially with this being their plane?
No.
Do you know where they are in the process of contacting all the families?
We do not. And, most of this incident occurred at DC and is being managed by the local partners and federal agencies that are responding in the DC area. But as was asked earlier, the manifest will be managed by American Airlines, and that information will be disseminated through their official sources as well as NTSB.
I know you said the flight was operating just fine. Was it delayed or was it running late at any point for the takeoff?
I don't believe so. I don't have that information, but I can look into that.
Can you tell us anything about figure skaters? Obviously, that were on the flight. We just hosted the U.S. National Championships on social media. A lot of figure skaters coming out, just hoping for the best. Anything.
I understand that some of that information is out there on social media or through other media outlets, but it's not information that we can share at this time.
Mayor, can you talk about, we've heard from a few folks about how big this last weekend was with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship being held here in Wichita, and all of these young Olympic hopefuls, which would have grazed our living room in the future. Can you talk about just how big of an event this past weekend was and what it meant for the city to have these young skaters here in town?
It was truly an honor to have future Olympians and those who are at the highest competition level of figure skating right here in the Air Capital. We were so excited to have the opportunity to host the national championship. And even yesterday, I had folks tell me how wonderful these last few days have been with additional individuals that came into our community, whether to watch or to participate. So our community was really excited and thankful that everything went well with the championship. And so right now we're just waiting for more information from US Figure Skating that we can release. But right now we're just hoping and praying again.
How do family and friends of folks on the plane get in touch with you all? I know there's a phone number for American, but if they want to connect with the local care team and they don't want to go to the airport, how do they do that?
They can reach out to the airport administration building. I'm going to look that up because all of a sudden sleep deprivation kicked in and my mind went blank on the phone number, but let me respond back to you in just a second.
Should affected families be coming to the airport, or are you urging them to stay at home? What should they do?
Everyone responds to a tragic incident a little differently. And so if they do feel that they would be more comfortable in the terminal or coming out there to the airport, we're ready to help support them in any way we can. But there isn't any more information that we can share that they're already being shared with directly by the airline. And so they may want to stay at home as well.
Jesse, would you mind repeating this into the microphone? That number that families can call is 316
316-946 4700 is the airport administration building.
I'm thinking Kansas State leaders been in contact with the U.S. Army about the helicopter. Can you speak about that a little bit?
Not about the helicopter. I have been in contact with several of our federal legislators who, again, are sending their condolences, but this was very early. That was yesterday or last night. In regards to any additional investigation, I don't have any.
Last evening, Senator Moran was in contact with the U.S. Department of Defense officials regarding your question, but also NTSB leadership, the CEO of American Airlines, and U.S. Department of Transportation leadership as well.
How closely will you all, Representative Axton, Senator Moran, work with the NTSB and the FAA to kind of stay abreast of getting to the bottom of what happened?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of information to gather around this process in terms of the flight plans and the incidents, what's happened, as well as what they discover through the recovery efforts. It's going to take some time, I know, for NTSB and the investigation team to go through that process, and so there'll be probably some slow release of information as they discover it and work through that. And I know that's frustrating for all of us to actually wait and not have the answers at our fingertips. Obviously, we're reaching out from our office and and both of the senators were in DC at the press conference last night, working through that as well. As I mentioned, I spoke last night with the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board, and so she's got a team there at DCA and working together that information. So we'll keep in constant contact as we try to go through that.
Congressman, I assume you've been on this flight several times in the last year. Does it give you pause in terms of the amount of traffic? I know there's a lot of talk this morning about the amount of air traffic around Reagan National. Does this give you pause about that situation and how that's managed right now?
No, this particular flight's been in process for over a year, in use for over a year now. Obviously, it's important for us as a community to have connections, have a direct flight, particularly one of the most commonly routes that's traveled to in Washington, D.C. Obviously, with the Reagan Airport situated there on the river right across from Washington, D.C., there are some twists and turns that pilots and planes have to make as they're coming in and out of that airport. So it does require skill of the pilot to work through that. I don't have any hesitation. I know the major runway there at Washington Reagan is I think it's the busiest in the country for any one runway. The flight last night was on the secondary runway through that process, which is a little bit shorter, which is more appropriate for a plane the size of the CRJ that was flying in there. So it's there's always going to be that process as they're whether they're coming from the south as it was last night or on the approach from the north. But I wouldn't hesitate to continue to fly in and out of Washington Reagan Airport, and including on this particular flight and with this particular plane.
But can we expect more information on how many people on the flight were from Wichita? How many were figure skaters?
And that's one of the frustrating things, I think, as we try to gather all this information. Obviously, there's a lot of concern about how families are going to grieve and find out, in some cases, find out the information. I know a lot of us in the community, myself and others, have been reached out by lots of friends around finding out whether we were on the plane or whether we knew of people that were on the plane through that process. I do know there's a time where we need to make sure that the families get the opportunity to be notified and the next of kin being allowed to know and being able to go through that process before we make that information public. So even though I'd like to be able to know that and know some of those answers to some of those questions, like how many people were from Wichita, how many people were from the Washington, D.C. area, it just unfortunately takes a little bit of time to gather all of that and make sure that the process is followed.
Who's in charge of notifying families?
As far as the notification, this morning, the Secretary of Transportation Duffy in the press conference in Washington, D.C. said that a lot of that notification is going to transition to NTSB and FAA, as well as working with American Airlines and going through that process.
Congressman, you talked about how air travel is so safe. What would you say to people who will pause taking flights right now?
Yeah, I think when you look at overall track record in terms of how safe within the United States air traffic is, I think it's been 16 plus years since there's been a commercial airplane incident in the country, and you obviously look at the number of miles, the number of passengers flown versus other modes of transportation. I still feel confident that we have strong safety measures in our air traffic system, and obviously we want to make sure that if there are any areas that need to be improved, we work on those, and if there's something to be learned out of this lesson in terms of something that happened in this particular incident, that we'll take that lesson and move forward. Thank you.
The Federal Transportation Secretary called the incident absolutely preventable. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, say what?
The Federal Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, called the incident preventable this morning. Do you agree with that assessment?
I believe he has some more information than I do in terms of some of those details. Obviously, when we look at what we've been able to see so far, we've kind of conceded some of the flight path of the Flight 5342, as well as the flight path of the helicopter. What I haven't heard yet is all of the traffic between the air traffic control system and both the helicopter as well as the airplane. He may have access to some information that I don't have. Obviously, we want to make sure that there aren't incidents like this ever in the country. So we want to make sure that we put in procedures that work to make sure that we do prevent that.
Thank you again, Congressman. On behalf of the Wichita City Council again, it was just a year ago that we started this flight. I was actually there alongside Councilmember Glasscock and Councilmember Johnson. It was January 8th, 2024. The first flight included Congressman Estes and Senator Moran, who took that first flight from Wichita to Washington, D.C. We were very honored to have gotten that flight and continue to advocate for those nonstop flights out of our community. So again, this is a true tragedy and one that this council and myself want all of our community members to know that our hearts are heavy. They're also grieving, and we will provide the support that we can to those who have been affected. I want to say thank you, though, to several people who showed up last night and prayed over this council and those who are grieving. Pastor Bob Beckler, Pastor Ben Staley, and Rabbi Greenberg, who also showed up last night. I also want to thank the care team that is continuing to be at the airport there for families affected, as well as crew members affected and staff members affected. And I want to say thank you to City Manager Layton and his staff for gathering us all this morning and allowing us to also have a community-wide prayer in the council chambers here at City Hall at noon. Again, we will continue to keep the community updated as we have confirmed information. And we invite all of you to come to the community-wide prayer, and we welcome anyone to join us. Tragedies like this remind us that we are one community, whether a Wichitan, a Kansan, or an American, we are one community. And in times of struggle, we do come together in grief and sadness to lift one another. Wichita is stronger because we are together. Once again, we offer our deepest condolences to all the individuals whose lives were lost and to the families who are grieving. Thank you.
All right, I got some things here for us to watch. We are going to listen to the audio of the, what is it? Hold on. Audio reveals tense moments. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay.
Towers reporting a CRJ helicopter crash into the Potomac River.
Advised there's a helicopter in the water. Been found by boats retrieving injured. They're looking for the aircraft at this moment.
Okay, hi, Tasha, how you doing? There is another one. I'm trying to find it. Where the air traffic controller called 911 or something. Where is it? I listened to it this morning and I lost it. Okay, this is what we're going to do now. We are going to go to, okay, they're talking about the skating people. We are going to the website where we can look at the people that were on that plane. So let's listen. So let's watch these people.
To Wichita to try and defend that title, and she did. She has won every event that she has entered this entire season: Grand Prix, the Grand Prix final, and now again Nationals. I think that she should feel very confident going into Worlds in March. She said when I talked to her yesterday that she was more nervous about this U.S. Championships than any of her Grand Prix or the Grand Prix final, which she won pretty easily. So it says a lot about how much was on the line for her, not just for her career, but for her as a person. She was really looking forward to this event and meant a lot to her. Alyssa Liu, second place after 2 years off the ice and away from competition, only less than a point and a half from taking that title from Amber. I think that they will be very competitive at the World Championships this March, and looking to next year in Milan, she's absolutely giving Amber a run for her money. Amber and Alyssa will be joined in Boston at the World Championships this March with Isabel Levito. She has won nationals before, and she was not here because she was injured. She has been nursing a foot injury and was not able to compete. If she is healthy enough to compete, I am very excited to see. I think that between Isabeau, Amber, and Alyssa, the United States is going to have a great turnout for the women's event at Worlds. 3 titles in a row. Elia has won again, won the short program and the free program today by a 50-point margin. He attempted 7 quads and he landed 6 of them. I am a fan of him, and I think that it was brave and bold to try that many quads. And I look forward to seeing him try maybe even more at the World Championships. A lot of skaters will use the US Championships as an opportunity to try some of those bigger, harder elements, some things that people might think are risky. Elia obviously going for 7 quads and landing 6 is absolutely insane. Andrew Torgashev tried a second quad. First time he was doing 2 quads in the free program. He tried that today and hit both to get the silver medal. His program was absolutely wonderful, and I think my favorite free program of the event. Jason Brown was not at this U.S. Championships due to equipment issues. Jason has been named to the world team after petitioning. He is a longtime favorite, a crowd favorite, and a judge's favorite, and I'm really happy for him. Alyssa Efimova and Misha Mitrofanov won the free program at the U.S. Championships last year. They won it last night with an absolutely exceptional skate, and they won overall to take the title. Their throws were exceptional, and they had a really, really magical performance. Ellie and Danny, last year's national champions, were a favorite coming in. They were first after the short program, but had a long program that I know they were disappointed in. But they will get another chance. They have been named to the world team in Boston in March. This weekend, Maddie Chalk and Evan Bates won their 6th title, tying Meryl Davis and Charlie White for the most amount of titles ever won. This championships is the 10th anniversary of Maddie and Evan's first win in Greensboro in 2015. They've won 6 titles overall, and this is their 4th in a row. Maddie and Evan's big win here has earned them a return to the World Championships, where they will be going for a three-peat, a 3rd title in a row, which has never been done by an American team and not in 20 years of skating. Very exciting to watch. If you missed any of the action in the amazing skating from this weekend here in Wichita, head to Olympics.com to recap it all.
Backflipping out of the start gate.
Okay, I'm going to look at comments for a minute. What we are watching is the skaters. I don't know which ones were on the plane, but this is what we're watching. The skaters from Wichita that was in the plane. Okay, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well. I'm okay. I got a headache. I'm just waiting for all. Yeah, they better stop. I hope nobody comes in here with that. It's a sad ordeal all the way around, but I feel like it was not anyone that was behind. No, not at all. I don't think so either. But certain people are already starting to make it political. And like I said, if you come in here like that, this ain't the live for you. Okay. All right. Let's see. Watch these skaters.
This place is erupting.
Hold on. That's not the one I want to watch. I want to watch the ice skaters. Hold on a minute, please. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. Okay. Here we go. Here's another one. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gracie Gold, 2014 Olympic bronze medalist, two-time U.S. national champion, and I'm here in Wichita previewing the 2025 U.S. Championships. In the women's event, we have Amber Glenn, reigning national champion, looking to defend her title. Very difficult to do. She has had an amazing season, winning Grand Prix, winning the Grand Prix final, very historic. She jumps triple axel, and we are hoping to see that this weekend. What's impressed me most about Amber this season was her consistency. Both of her Grand Prix, even her senior B event in Lombardia, really solid performances. She has been on such a tear, won the Grand Prix final, such a huge accomplishment. This women's event at the US Championships, though, is going to be a great one. Amber is going to have to fight for that title. Although Isabel Levito is out, we have so many other amazing skaters. Brady Tennell is here, Alyssa Liu, who on practice has been looking great. She is trying triple axel again, so definitely one to look out for. Brady and Alyssa, both Olympians, and they've both had some extended time off the ice. Brady with a series of injuries, and Alyssa with just some retirements, and it can be really hard to come back, but they're both doing a really good job so far. Again, so excited. Twitter was blowing up seeing Alyssa try triple axel again on practice. We're all so excited for her. I love her short program this year, and I'm really excited to see it at this event. The men's event this weekend, of course, Ilya Malinin going for the three-peat for that third title. He's made such an impact on the sport technically, right? He does quad axel. He really just does quads at this point, which is so impressive. He's really pushed that forward, raised the bar so high for everyone else. And not just that, the last few seasons, he's worked so hard on his component mark, so he's the full package. Jason Brown withdrew from the US Championships, which means who else is going to be on the podium besides Ilya? I think that Andrew Torgashev is, for me, the one to watch. I think that he will be second at this event and on his way to the World Championships. He had an amazing Grand Prix season. He was second in France, just off the podium at NHK, an alternate for the Grand Prix final. He had a huge year. He's so talented, so gifted, and he's really been training so hard this year to get it all together. And so far, it's going really, really well. I think this weekend, he's gonna bring it all together. In ice dance, of course, we have Chalk and Bates. been on just a tear since Beijing in 2022. They are going for a three-peat at Worlds this year, 3 titles. They would be the first American ice dance team to do so. I think winning here for them is expected, and so excited for them. Love story on and off the ice. Someone asked me what's my favorite thing about them. It's hard for me to answer because everything is so clean and so good, and I can't wait to see them win this weekend and also in Boston in March. I think the pairs events at the US Championships is going to be one of the most interesting events. Ellie and Cam and Danny O'Shea are looking to defend their title, which I believe that they will do. They had a great Grand Prix season and they were able to make the Grand Prix final, but they will have some competition. We have 2 Boston-based teams vying for that coveted world spot in Boston later this year. And we have some new teams with some interesting pairings. It's going to be a very exciting US Championships. Go to Olympics.com to follow all the action. Hi, I'm Gracie Gold, 2014 Olympic bronze medalist and 2-time US national champion. And
my own personality reflects a lot on my personality on the ice. I like to go over my limits and to try new things and to be more audacious all the time and trying to be more creative. It's a positive rebellion somehow. Because it's also a way to show for
Holy crap, there's a lot of music. I'll get some copyrights. Dang it. So here's some of the skaters. So sad. Wow. All right. Okay, let's see what's going on the news. Let's see what else did I want to show. Oh, yeah. Here is the last crash they were talking about in 2009, commercial air crash. Right here. The deadliest plane crashes in U.S. history. What's this one? February 12, 2009. Wow. All right, let's see. What else? Oh, that's the only one they're going to talk about? It's still awful. Bad, bad, bad. All right, we're going to go back to the news.
I saw some video of some police boats had to use their ice.
Plane crashes that they're victims too. They fall victim. They're only human, and it takes a number of seconds to react. So even if you did see the airliner at the last second, it would typically take 3 or 4 seconds for them to react, and then of course the helicopters got to react to the control input from the pilot. So
we do know that this was a training flight. Does that factor in any way here with the Black Hawk helicopter?
Well, it's probably the only thing that means is at least one of the Black Hawk pilots was probably an instructor, i.e. highly experienced. So We don't know what type of training flight it was. We know there were out of Fort Belvoir,
Yes.
but not really, except for the fact that you have to have, normally you have an instructor aboard if it's a training flight. So that'll be examined. And of course, you know, the Army Safety Center is located in Alabama, Dothan, Alabama, and they'll be sending reps. The NTSB will have people, not only the Air Traffic Controllers Union, the American Airlines Pilot Union, they'll have the Army Safety Center, the FAA headquarters people will be there. So this is a team effort that the NTSB puts together. They call it the party system. But everybody that has an interest in this accident is allowed to participate in the initial so-called field phase of the investigation to find facts. So they can find out what happened, why it happened, and then the NTSB will make recommendations to prevent reoccurrence.
Now, Dr. Deal, from an investigator standpoint, we've heard some of the other leaders talk about the fuselage, the flight pattern, the black box, and the communications. All will let them know what exactly happened and where the fault was. Give us some perspective as an investigator how that actually works when you take all this and you can actually put it all together somehow and say, okay, this is where this went wrong.
Well, as I said, they're going to put together a group of people from each of those parties, the Army, the Pilots Union, the Controllers Union, and they try to make sure they've got all the facts, all right? And sometimes there's difference. Then eventually you have to do the analysis, and that's done by NTSB civil servants behind closed doors, because sometimes you'll get contradictory testimonies. That's understandable. Nobody wants to be quote unquote blamed. And by the way, I will repeat, the NTSB does not assign blame. They only find facts and interpret them. So that's the process. And again, like we said earlier, this goes on for typically weeks and months as more and more data comes in, but we're lucky.
Do we want to listen to the ground there, or do we want to listen? Let's see. Okay, let's go to, oh, hold on. Let me show you guys what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I'm going to show you. And thank you, Tasha. All right, let's do this. Oh, what's going on here? All right, let's see what happens. Why isn't it going? Oh, geez. Okay. I want to see what this does here. Okay. Here we go. All right, we'll just keep that going. If anything happens, you know, we can listen to it. All right, let's get back to the news. Hey, thank you. If you find any, oh, okay. It will open up the media player. Yeah, I got it. Oh, you guys didn't see. Yeah, it worked. Just nobody's talking, but I'll keep it on. All right. There's some other things I want to look at here. Give me a minute. Let's go back to the news. I'm waiting for, like, the White House to talk about this.
in this case, because there seems to be, first of all, videotape of the actual collision. We know there's radar tapes. Unfortunately, we don't have a voice recorder aboard the Black Hawk, aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. At least in my investigations, I've never known a Black Hawk to have a voice recorder. So we may not know what the two Black Hawk pilots were saying to each other. But one thing to keep in mind that these guys are victims too. Obviously, the passengers and the crew members on both airplanes are victims. But whether or not we end up focusing on something the controller said or didn't say, or the pilots. Everybody is trying to do their job, and this is a remarkably safe system. In my books, one of them is called Air Safety Investigators. I explain that the chances of being killed in an airliner accident is something like 1 in 10 million. It's just incredibly safe, and as others have pointed out, the last major crash of a U.S. airliner was in Buffalo in 2009 when there was a problem with they stalled the aircraft and it crashed into a neighborhood. But you keep in mind the cliche about driving to the airport is the most dangerous part of your journey.
And one more thing, the alert system is for the commercial airlines, and the military, they don't have that because they're on a different mission. That was my understanding from someone that we spoke with earlier. Is that what you found in your career as a pilot and investigator as well?
That's correct. The American aircraft had what's called a traffic collision alert system, but at low altitudes, because there's so much traffic around an airport, that warning system is suppressed. You don't want this thing. It talks to you as well as gives you visual indications of what to do, but it's designed to handle en route flight or distance from the airport collision problems. It's not designed. Once you're on final approach, it is pretty useless, frankly. You're listening to the controllers, you're looking out at the runway, and remember, they initially thought they were going to be landing on runway 1, I understand, 01, and they were switched to this runway 33. So the airline pilots were also busy reprogramming their landing computers and looking out to make sure they were properly aligned with this new runway that they've been cleared to land on. So all these things are factors that the NTSB will have to look at and try to ascertain, how important it was to the tragedy that occurred, so we can prevent the next one.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Deal, some of the busiest airspace in the country surrounds Reagan National, and we've been talking about this this morning. Wisdom, in fact, you brought it up about DCA being home to one of the busiest runways in the country, and we have lawmakers who have brought up this issue about the crowded airspace, the capacity of this airport. You've got the hundreds of flights in and out daily. Couple that with the helicopter traffic flying from, of course, you've got the Pentagon, Joint Base Andrews, and Fort Belvoir, and so on. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you've encapsulated it very well. You've got a lot of traffic and everything because of the restricted areas over the Washington Mall and obviously the Pentagon and the White House. Now, you do fly over the Pentagon. I've made a number of approaches to that airport, 500 feet across the Pentagon, because you have to get low on those intersecting runways. You've got to get low and slow and put the airplane right on the end of the runway. So that's another thing that that American Airlines pilots were having to think about. We've got to, you don't have a lot of long runway. They're landing on a short runway. They're cleared to land, so they're focusing outward. It's not likely that they're looking around for the Black Hawk helicopter. Again, I'm speculating, just knowing the airspace, but You have to be so careful about these control zones. And if you do violate them, there are consequences. So you've got the busyness, the radio chatter, and also all of these restricted areas, particularly to the north of the airport, that you have to be cognizant of.
That is Dr. Alan Deal. We sincerely appreciate your vast knowledge and expertise in all of this as a former NTSB investigator who very specifically to our area also was involved in the 1982 investigation into that doomed Air Florida Flight 90 crash. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today as we try to make sense of what seems like just a tragedy beyond measure. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Deal.
We'll be right back.
All right, we're going to watch now a clip of 15 years ago of Marshall plane crash of the university. I think they're football players. So the Marshall plane crash. Let's watch this. What happened here. All right, hold on. I'm sorry.
People of Huntington and Marshall universities have, over the past week and a half, gone to funeral after funeral. Tomorrow, they'll go again for the last time as a result of the crash. Services for 6 football players will take place tomorrow at 1:30 at Huntington's Memorial Fieldhouse. The bodies of the 6, Thomas Brown, Kevin Gilmore, David Griffith Jr., Barry Nash, Alan Skeens, and Thomas Zaboral, their bodies were burned beyond recognition, and through the process of eliminations, their names were left. Officiating at the services will be Dr. Aldred Wallace, the Reverend Robert Scott, the Reverend Charles Smith, and Rabbi Aya Lev Lupkin. From 11:30, the bodies will lie in state at the field house. MU athletes and coaches will serve as pallbearers. Burial will be at a 6-grave plot at Spring Hill Cemetery. Class attendance has been growing as the days pass since the disaster, but the absentee rate is still great. Classes will be suspended tomorrow morning at 11. They won't begin again until after Thanksgiving. Many, perhaps most of the students have already gone home. Others will leave tomorrow. But their thoughts over Thanksgiving will not stray far from what has happened here.
Wow, look at that. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Did you know that you can have permanent teeth in just 24 hours? That's right. Only 24 hours and your smile is ready. And with affordable...
The aircraft came in here over this hill up to the left and came across the road. This highway that you see traffic on over there runs north and south, State Route 75. The aircraft was making an approach of approximately 290 degrees in an easterly direction from west to east. Hit those trees on top of the hill up there on the other side of the road from where we're now standing, started losing bits and fragments of his control section. We believe probably the right side being more heavily damaged than the left, probably has let the right wing drop and caused the aircraft to actually hit the ground out here in almost a straight down, nose first attitude. The bodies were all right with the aircraft or in very close proximity of the aircraft.
Look at that. In case you're just joining, this is the Marshall plane crash 15 years ago of the football players.
This is just a tragedy that consumes us all. And these were beautiful young men. These were community leaders that were devoted to not only their university and their state, but it's just a tragedy that is beyond all comprehension. There's a young man aboard that carried the nickname the Little Governor, and I happened to meet him when I was down here at one of the ball games. But as far as what we could do, this is now in the hands of those that deal very intimately. We're here to make available everything and every aspect. Right at the present time, if I were to suggest that we knew at all, it would be pure supposition as we talk and discuss. It seems to be reasonably accurately ascertained at the moment that the plane did hit and skimmed one of the mountains and then veered off to the right into the valley and crashed nose down.
Governor, how soon will list of passengers be available?
They're working very hard to try to ascertain not only the team members, coaching staff, but those local citizens that were great supporters and great followers of the team that were aboard. The manifest is being put together almost on the basis, did you know who was aboard, or do you know anybody that was aboard, aside from the assurance that we have in terms of the composition of the team itself.
Governor, you were at the crash scene. Could you describe for us what it looked like there?
I think this would probably be a very difficult thing to translate in terms of any words, because obviously from what occurred, the impact, the explosion, you just couldn't adequately describe in any sort of words what really you would feel would be any adequate explanation. It's just something that as you view it and as you observe it, the only thing you can pray for is that they never knew what hit them.
5 words you pronounce wrong.
2 years before your brain starts shutting down.
Fairfield Stadium, November 21st, 1970, 1:30 p.m. In memoriam. O Lord of all of us.
Hold on a minute. I was wrong. I need to clarify. Okay, I thought this was 15 years ago. This is 1970. Holy crap. Sorry, guys. I was wrong.
You know how human we all are, and thus you do understand why we must be here at this very hour. We know that there will be no game today. The game has been called off by your summons of our friends to yourself. But we are human and selfish, and we must cry over their absence. So we have come to their home field to show our affection for them. We lay a wreath, perhaps as we stand together on this turf where they gave their all for us, we may feel a little bit closer to them, our brothers. In the middle of this beautiful AstroTurf, of which they were so proud, no one of us will ever enter this stadium, and no Marshall game will ever be played here without thoughts of them. And so, O Lord, grant them eternal rest and peace, which enables them at this very moment to look upon us here and smile and be with us. This is our faith. This is our hope. Amen. We might just take a moment of silent prayer in memory of these men and women.
The process of identification of the 75 persons who perished in last Saturday's plane crash has been completed. There remain 6 unidentified bodies. We would like to say that every effort was expended by the experts in this field to identify all. However, absolutely positive identification could not be made on the remaining 6.
Thomas Wayne Brown, Richmond, Virginia. Kevin Gilmore, Harrison, New Jersey. David Griffith, Clarksville, Virginia. Barry Winston Nash, Man, West Virginia. Alan G. Skeens, Ravenswood, West Virginia. Thomas Jonathan Zuboro, Richmond, Virginia.
I can only say that the patience and understanding of the families involved has been most remarkable. Personally, I've never witnessed such courage, and our university remains, as all of you know, inexpressibly grieved by this tragedy.
Horrible. See, and that's what I hope when there is a plane crash. I hope people don't feel nothing, but it seems that way because there's an explosion. I mean, when you crash, I don't know. It scares me. Just saying. Hold on a minute. Okay. Let's get back to to the news station. Well, that noise is irritating. Hi, Diana. MJ, she's so sweet. You know what? She is amazing. And out of everybody on here that I've known for 6 years, she is the one that has supported me the most with everything I'm going through with Wade Wilson case. All right, let's find something else because I don't like this noise. Let's find more information about what's going on here. Give me a minute. Okay, what I'm finding right now. Hey, Spitfire, how are you? Oh, you know I'm going through it. I'm telling you, those people. I'm playing around live at the moment. I'm here just okay. Everybody's showing this right now. I mean, which is important. I want to see. This is so sad. I feel this is important. More important than a court hearing. Hold on a minute. Let me find something. Oh my gosh, isn't this horrible? Let me look at what they're doing here. Hold on. Oh, jeez, so sad. Coming into StreamYard now. Question is, how are you? I'm okay. Yeah. And thank you for asking. How is everybody? I'm not trying to be selfish here. I swear. I swear. All you guys are important to me. All right. Let's see here. Well, I'm looking here. Here's pictures. There's no music to it. Of what they were looking at last night. I wonder if all the news channels like have a pull camera because they're all showing this. But I did find a news station that's speaking about this. So let's go there. Oh, let me look at chat real quick. There's comments. Yeah, I showed the ice skaters. What is her channel? We know. Okay. Last night about 9 Eastern time. Or no, is it Central? I just figured how to do the chart on site. 185. Wow. Oh, you're funny, Spitfire. I just seen that. Yeah, because I went live about an hour. I found out about an hour after it happened. Yeah. Here we go.
Safer flying because of what happened. So you get it from one spectrum to the other.
I think it goes back to what Melanie said earlier from talking to folks at the airport, right? If you're already anxious about flying, this is not going to help you. And if you're not, if you're okay with it, you know, then you look at it like this is a terrible, terrible, tragic event. But for some people, they were like, I'm still feeling comfortable about getting on a plane today, which may happen at Reagan National Airport because the airport itself, as Mel told us, will open up in about 45 minutes. But they don't expect a lot of flights today. That's
you
up
just
to
have
the
to check your
individual
airlines.
Airlines, right. So if you do have a flight planned today, please, please, please check with your airline because even though you're going to see online and you're seeing right here on the bottom of our screen that the airport is going to be open, that means essentially airport facilities will be available. It doesn't necessarily mean that planes are going to fly. So it's up to the airlines as to whether or not they want to do that. Right now, they're still listing hundreds of cancellations at Reagan National for the day today. So just want to keep that in mind if you do have a flight or someone that you know has a flight out of the airport this morning.
All right, we want to get back to the heart of the story, and that's the people who were on board that flight in this tragedy. Let's go back live to Bob Bonner. He's at Reston, Virginia at Skate Quest, and we understand that some of their members were on board, Bob.
Yeah, unfortunately, Marissa and Steve, one of their coaches and we believe some of their young people, you can see there are figure skating lessons going on right now. If you look across the ice, here comes Ross Lancel. Let's see what he does with this guy here. This is a figure skating student of his. Let's watch this. He nailed it. And this is what Ross does. He is a coach, and his ex-wife was one of the people on the plane. Ross, just watch that. Nicely done there on TV. Tell us, we're kind of getting word. I shared with our viewers just a short time ago the totality of this. What have you learned without getting into names?
Basically, we have a ton of skaters that there's 4 boys, and I think it's 4 girls that have passed away, and 2 are from Fairfax Ice Arena, and the rest are from Ashburn Ice House. And it's my heart goes out to Ashburn and Fairfax. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. We are devastated ourselves. We're just trying to get through, train and like we're trained to do, and just keep on going and move on forward. And I wish you guys all the best. I pray for you guys.
We have video that we're showing our viewers right now of Ina. Can you tell us about her? This was your ex-wife who you say was on the plane.
Yeah, Ina was a phenomenal skater. She was Russian All-Stars on ice. She was the original Little Mermaid. She did things on ice that I'd never seen anyone else do. And she coached for the last 20 some odd, maybe even 30 years now, and it's just made an impact in this area, has had countless skaters go on to great things, and it's just a shame that she's not here to see her new batch of skaters do well. I even was saw her at Nationals, and I was proud. I was like, wow, she's doing it, she's doing great, and it's just sad for her that she can't see all of her students achieve amazing things, and it's very disappointing for everyone I'm sure involved, and just devastating mostly. You can't get that back. It's too bad.
And more than likely, she had one or more of her students with her. Is that right?
Yeah, I think a majority that were her students, but she has so many more on top of that. So most of us coaches have 30 to 40 students. So it's just a fraction and all those kids today, I can't imagine what they're feeling.
And again, if we could show our viewers the video again, this was from a story we had done. I think it was part of a zip trip we did a couple of years ago where she was teaching some young people. Yeah. Can you tell us about Wichita, the significance of where they were and what that was all about?
So when these kids, they go to the development team, it's a huge honor. It's a very few kids in the country that get that. It's the top kids in the country, and they all get to go and train with the best coaches and the best skaters, and they all work together, and it's a great opportunity. I've done it. All skaters that have gone to a pretty high level have been able to have that, and it's incredible. So you're just doing it as another thing to achieve, another great time to go, and you just fly home. And then this happens, and it's just absolutely devastating. So, but it was just one of those things we always do. It's nothing out of the ordinary. But it's an incredible honor for them to do it, and it's devastating because they worked their whole lives to get this thing, and then couldn't. And one of the craziest parts is we had one of our skaters here, she was supposed to be on that flight, and they went a day earlier, and so that's just shocking to us. This girl could not be here today, and we're just I think all of us will be giving her a bunch of hugs and thanking that she's here. And
you mentioned another facility where your ex-wife worked. It was the Ashburn Ice House place. So there are just a number of places like this, and there's a coach out here who, when she came in, was hugging everybody and crying. How do you explain, if you're going to have to, coming up here to the young people about you put in all that work, all that time, and it can be fleeting? Not always, but it can be.
But at least they did something, they can have something. So I always say is every day is live it to the fullest, because, if it's gone, but at least they did all this amazing stuff as young kids, and they could have been sitting around doing nothing, but they did something incredible, and they can always have that, and even you can see it in pictures. And I just say push yourself as hard as you can, do what you can, and just let life happen. And if it happens to go well, phenomenally, just keep on pushing forward, and you'll always be better off trying to push forward and do your best than trying to just sit down and do nothing. That's what I was saying. So I just want the kids to keep on going and pursue their dreams and keep dreaming.
Ross, thank you again.
Thank you
very much. Appreciate that. Let's see you and this gentleman do their thing here. They give private lessons to adults, to children. Guys, we'll send it back into you. This place here, Skate Quest in Reston, the Ashburn Ice House, the loss in this figure skating community in Northern Virginia is, quite frankly.
All right. Good. That's who I'm waiting for. I want to see what Trump has to say. I want to say also, Tasha, thank you for that link, but that link I'm staying away from because they have given me a strike before. Yes, they have. CBS has. Yep. I couldn't believe it. These kids are my oldest grandkids' ages. I think that must be hard on me. I couldn't imagine. I know. I just in shock. This is so sad. Okay, hold on. This is I made this video this morning of it ain't much of anything, but it's radio control before the crash.
SB5, it's BRJ Insight. SB5, F1 is BRJ. Well, there's a aircraft standby for this. Washington Star 1 Star 32017. American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, claim Anthony 3000.
Yes, it's very, very sad that they would do that. They did it to me last year. I was even pausing, and I was even I didn't even watch the whole video. It was about Lori Vallow or Chad Daybell's kids, and I would pause it like you should to make it fair use. And I only watched maybe 5 minutes of the episode, and they still gave me a strike. Oh yeah, yep, that happened to me too. I did it 3 times, and they kept what were they doing? They were suspending my stream. I'm like, come on, this is a presidential inauguration here. What is going on here? All right, let's see what's going on.
Immeasurable, and as we leave you, we'll see this is the kind of work that they do.
Pretty incredible stuff. I mean, just first of all, please thank Coach Ross for sharing his thoughts. I mean, just so very articulate in being able to share. This is someone who, he's lost a lot of young people that are very close to him and the facility and the team, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. So I appreciate him sharing his thoughts and well wishes this morning, and now taking on a new task of saying, like, listen, let's make everybody greater. This is a terrible, terrible tragedy, but as you can see, there's kids that are they're still the age of some of the kids who are on that plane that are there for a lesson today, and they want to become the next great athletes themselves.
He's definitely keeping his composure and moving into the mood now and position of counselor.
Yeah.
And so it just shows the family structure that they have there.
No doubt about it. All right, we're going to continue our coverage in just a minute. We're going to take a real quick short break, and then we'll be back with much more as the recovery mission is now well underway at 10:22.
I have no idea why this happens. Yes, I agree with you, Diana. YouTube used to be fun, sharing info, and I'm still that way. I'm like, it's all about, giving information, right, and learning. I don't care if anybody takes any of my stuff, right? The only thing I ask is to give you credit. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing. That's simple. You don't even have to contact me, you know what I mean, and ask. So weird. Did it? Oh, okay. Wow. I was very disappointed when that happened to me too. But I found out I wasn't the only one. It's strange because I was streaming the same channels like as JLR, okay, and Popcorn Planet. They weren't taking them down, but they were taking the smaller channels down. It is. That's why I stay in my little area. I only go to certain creators I know that have a good community. Yep.
All right. Again, you were listening in on Fox 5 DC coverage of this crash. Again, just to recap what we do know, an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 soldiers crashed into an American Airlines jet that had 60 passengers and 4 crew members on board. Both the aircrafts were sent into the Potomac River, and officials at this point do sadly expect everyone on board to have not survived the crash, but we are going to continue to follow the details very closely right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. On the other side, more of today's coverage. Stay with us.
All right, I'm going to find something else first to watch. I don't like this commercial crap.
SP5, CRJ in flight. SP5, F1 is CRJ. 12 has a aircraft in flight for 172 Washington Tower, 1 star, 32017. $172.
Okay, I'm finding.
Don't left in 2 positive, claim Anthony 3000.
I'm sorry. Okay, the only thing I'm finding, everybody is showing the same footage. So I know News Nation, they aren't petty. So we're gonna go to News Nation because I know they have been talking about a lot. There's some pilots. Hold on a minute. Let's see, where is it? Hold on a minute, please. Okay, military expert. We'll watch that one. Okay, here we go. Military expert. There we go.
If I can, with you on standing by, General Teichert, to have our control room roll that video again of what that webcam from the Kennedy Center captured, the moment of that midair collision. And there it is again. And maybe you could do some play-by-play, General Teichert, on what you were just talking about. I think you were saying that the view that we're getting, the plane is coming towards the camera, the plane is coming from the south to the north, and that Black Hawk would be coming in, presumably from the east, you said, correct?
Yeah, Ashley, as I look at that, there's the one aircraft that's taking off that's up above, but the brighter light that you see is presumably the passenger aircraft that's arriving to Reagan from the south, and we're looking at it from the north. So that plane would be basically coming towards us. The smaller light that you see to the left would be to the passenger aircraft's right or the east, and has that fairly fast vector from left to right until you see the larger flash in the collision. And again, that type of communication that would indicate what are the controllers at DCA seeing and what is being transmitted between those two aircraft is going to be very telling to understand what they knew, what they saw, and why there wasn't deconfliction provided by the controllers.
My colleague Leland Vittert has a perfect view of this from his apartment right across the Potomac. He's got a question for you, Brigadier General John Teichert. Leland, can you hear me?
General, I can. The view actually that you're looking at is from my balcony. So we've watched over the past couple of hours from when they shut down all the air traffic to the emergency response to now this eerie calm that has set in with no sirens as the police boats remain out there. General, incredible insight into what was going on in the cockpit, both of the Black Hawk and of the aircraft, the regional jet. But there's reporting that as the plane flew up the Potomac from the south towards the north, that the air traffic controllers asked the regional jet to switch runways, which would have meant it turned out to the right and would have come back over the area where the Marine One base is, and then turned into runway 33. And I'm thinking about just the amount of time that the Black Hawk would have had to respond to that of the regional jet switching runways. I think that while they would have been told to switch runways, it's not this aggressive maneuver in a regional jet that would prompt them to reposition and be a surprise to the Black Hawk. And I think while the outside control communication will be interesting,
the internal cockpit communication that we'll eventually get from these flight data recorders or black boxes is going to be extremely revealing to understand not just what the controllers were saying, but what was happening within both of those cockpits to help them to understand what they saw, what they didn't see, and what they thought was going on. But I don't think that a reposition of a runway for landing of a slow, stable regional aircraft would cause it to maneuver in a way that was aggressive and maybe would be a surprise to the Black Hawk.
We're just getting, General, just in the past 30 seconds, and obviously all of these are recorded, but there's now recordings showing conversations between the Black Hawk and DCA tower asking if they have the regional jet in sight. So clearly the tower was understanding this. One thing that struck me just watching this response is the massive amount of resources that have poured in here. We know about the Maryland State Police, obviously DC Fire and Rescue. Just talk to us, because you all have trained for this so many times. In the 5 to 10 minutes after this crash would have occurred, how many resources can be thrown at this incident? Who would have been coming in? What's above, what's in the air, and then what's on the Potomac as well?
There would be an integrated response plan that includes assets on the ground that could be deployed out into the water and then from the air. And it also would be understood that there would be a singular commander responsible for the overall coordination of these activities. The thing that's particularly interesting about where this happened is that it is at the convergence of the state of Maryland, the state of Virginia, and the city of Washington, D.C., which could create gaps and seams, but also provides a wealth of resources.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's
Um, 12 hours after American Airlines Flight 5342 collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter in midair. This morning, authorities say they do not believe anybody survived that crash. They have so far pulled 28 bodies from the wreckage. I want to now bring in News Nation travel editor Peter Greenberg. Peter, good morning to you. You just hopped off a plane yourself. It's unbelievable what we have watched transpire overnight. I'm curious, did this change the mood for you flying or others on board that flight you just took?
Well, it doesn't change the mood for me other than to be very, very sad about what happened. But we have to go back and look at what we know early. Remember, this is going to be a longer investigation. This airspace at Reagan is probably the most restricted airspace of any airport in the United States because of its proximity to the Capitol and the White House. We know about that. And they have there something called a TCA, Terminal Control Area. No plane can fly into that TCA without being given permission by the controllers and by doing something called squawking. That's their transponder that identifies the plane to controllers. What we do know now is that both the plane and the helicopter had been squawking and were given permission to be in that area. What happens next is a little confusing because the controllers did alert the helicopter that there is a plane on final approach. That would be the PSA flight, the American Eagle flight.
Yeah.
Did they? And they asked the helicopter pilot, "Did you see the plane, or have you seen the plane?" And they responded in the affirmative. What's beginning to appear now is that the plane they saw was not this plane. And they continued on their path, and we all know what happened next. They flew under the wing and behind the plane, and the explosion happened, and we now know what happened.
So I know that nobody has full answers yet, but what do you think happened, Peter? Because they also added in that briefing, it was a clear night last night, and that neither of these planes were on any sort of unusual, flight pattern or flight path. Do you have any, what's your gut check tell you, Peter?
Well, even if it's a clear night, that doesn't mean you have great visibility. Remember, it is night. Planes only are illuminated by that flashing red light sometimes, or maybe some lights on the wings. Things are happening quickly. Pilots are heavily tasked during final approach. They were only at 375 feet, about to land on the runway when this collision happened. Right now, the preliminary evidence, and remember, the NTSB is going to take weeks and months to figure all this out. But the preliminary evidence is that the pilot of the helicopter was in communication with the tower and said in the affirmative that he had spotted the traffic. What may be the case here is he spotted the wrong traffic, continued on a path that took him right in to that American Eagle flight.
You make good points there. Night flying is such a different ball game, and when you're on final approach or in busy class.
Okay, I'm just speculating on everything, but something I watched is at the last minute, air traffic control told the American airline to land in a different area. That's what happened with that. I don't know. So sad.
Be airspace, just period. There's a lot of moving pieces going on inside that cockpit.
Well,
1 minute left.
I'll give you another example that should be helpful.
Yeah.
Back in 1978, during daylight hours, September 25th, 1978 to be exact, there was a PSA flight going from Los Angeles to San Diego. At the same time, there was a pilot with his instructor practicing in the same area of the airport. And the tower radioed to the PSA pilots, "You have traffic in the area," meaning the small plane. "Do you see him?" And they said yes. But the small pilot plane didn't see the PSA plane, smashed into it, everybody died. And as a result of that incident, they established what we call now the TCA. So even with the TCA and recognizing that people have to positively identify traffic, this has now happened again.
Yeah, thank you for providing that, because I was going to ask you for more historical context and just how rare and significant this is. 30 seconds left, Peter, with you. What more do you want to hear today? I imagine we'll hear more press briefings. What's top of mind for you?
Well, having covered so many of these accidents over the past 30 years, I can tell you we're not going to hear much today, other than the recovery efforts are going to be continuing, and it may take some days because of the conditions under which the investigators are working.
Yeah.
But let's not jump to any more conclusions until the NTSB gets all of their go teams in place and begins to rule everything out before they can rule any one thing in.
Yeah, we know that full report could take up to 12 to 18 months to see. Peter Greenberg, thank you so much.
And this is what I want to say with that. There are news media outlets that are giving out information that I feel is false. They're saying it's a crime scene. Do they realize there's people unaccounted for that have not been found? I mean, do they think? Just saying. Okay. Let's go. I mean, if anything, they should call it a crash site. You know what I mean? No one has said it's a crime scene. Silly people. Okay, who's this? Who's talking here? All right, hold on. Okay, let's talk to this
I
guy.
hate being like this, but I've been keeping a juicy secret from you. My juicy secret.
A deadly midair collision between a military helicopter and an American Airlines flight over Washington, D.C. Crews are currently working in the Potomac River to find victims this morning. There were 64 people on board that passenger jet and 3 soldiers in that helicopter. I want to show you this. This was the moment that crash happened as the American Eagle flight was coming in for a landing. And you can see, the lights there. This is when they collide. Turns into a fireball, and then all of that debris falls into the river. Sources are telling News Nation that there are fatalities on board and members of the U.S. figure skating team and their families also on board. It's just been a horrific morning. Still too early to say how many people have officially been killed, but joining me now is Clint Henderson. He's the managing editor for The Points Guy and aviation analyst. Clint, thank you for joining me this morning. You've been monitoring this story all night as well. You've seen the video, I imagine. You've also listened to ATC correspondents. Your top line thoughts on this tragedy and what we've seen transpire so far?
Well, first of all, I just want to say my heart really goes out to the friends and family of those waiting.
Tasha, can you help me? I want to find the channel that is hosting the briefing here soon, because it's not on the White House channel. What channel would it be on? Let me look. Why? Would it be the Pentagon? Hold on, I'm looking. Pentagon don't have its own channel. It's got to be the White House. Okay, this is insane. Hold on, I'm going to keep looking.
Waiting for word on the fate of their friends and family on this flight. It's just awful. We were talking in our newsroom. Some of the younger generations have never experienced a plane crash like this. They weren't really aware of what happened in 9/11. We haven't had a serious aviation accident in this country since 2009 with Colgan Air, and it's just devastating for everyone. I think the one thing that is always comes out of these tragedies is we learn so much about safety and procedures, and there's always a lot of changes in the wake of an accident like this. So I'm hopeful that we can learn something from this crash, and there's so little we don't know right now, but this is one of the most crowded airspaces in the country. Lots of traffic, both military and civilian. You've got choppers coming back and forth from the Pentagon, and we just don't know what happened exactly yet.
Yeah, and this airport, this airspace well. I mean, Class B airspace, it is so congested, but they have this kind of, air traffic, down to a well-oiled machine, if you will. You need ATC clearance to even operate within it. The big question, I think, is how does something like this happen? I mean, where did communication go wrong? What say you there on the how?
Yeah, well, it's remarkable considering how much traffic there is in the Northeast Corridor and what ATC is dealing with, that we don't have accidents like this. And, I think there's going to be a lot of learnings that come from that over time. We'll just have to hear. It sounded like the plane was at around 300 feet when the crash happened on approach. This runway this airport has short runways. Pilots have to have extra training here, and so all this is going to be weighed in the days and weeks ahead, and hopefully we can learn something from this.
Yeah, and all the different factors that are now playing into making this more challenging. This was a night crash. It's now in the water, freezing cold water, by the way. This is going to change aviation, Clint, and how we move forward here. What does the public need to hear from officials today? Because events like this always change attitudes of flyers, right? What does the public need to hear, and what do you expect we hear today?
Yeah, I think we just really need to reiterate to the public that flying is among the safest forms of transportation in the world, and crashes like this are very unusual, and you can bet that all the resources of the federal government are going to be thrown at this to make sure we find out exactly what happened so nothing like this ever happens again.
Clint Henderson, I have to leave it there, but thank you so much.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation.
Also, don't forget to click that red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation.
Okay, girl. Okay, girl. I found it. Let's just put it on there because who knows? Who knows? They could start early. And we'll just keep it here to be safe. There we go. All right, let's talk. Are you talking about the Pentagon? I can't find the Pentagon having a channel. The White House, yeah. This is so sad. Hey, you're back. Okay, this is what I want to say. Thank God they went into the water, just saying, because do you see all the highways there? On the hill, huh? See what else is going on. Here, give me a minute, peoples. I can't believe what some of these people are doing on the internet about this crash. If anybody's going to come in here, okay, I'm saying this respectfully, and you're going to talk politics about this and blame Trump, this is not the live for you. Okay? All right. Oh. Oh, that's air traffic control. This is terrible. Wow, some of the stuff that people are posting, I don't understand. So now people are posting stuff that they're using race and color of people that have not been hired to work air traffic control. Are you kidding me? Somebody will bring politics and religion, and they're bringing race into it now. I don't get it. I mean, let these people be found, right? I mean, have some respect, I guess. I don't know. Look at those people in that room. What are they waving at? Are they doing mic check? Mic check. Oh yeah, that's something new. I don't even think about stuff like that. When I see it's irritating because I mean, come on. A few minutes ago, Biden said he's praying for the victims. Families. Former President Biden wrote on social media that he's praying for families of the victims tragically survives. Well, at least he didn't blame Trump. So today, the rest of the day will pretty much be recovery. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. So, victim from Boston, skate club. Yeah. I don't know anybody. Well, maybe I don't know anybody who's ever survived a plane crash ever. Maybe there's one I just seen not too long ago where the plane was like in half, but it didn't start on fire. I don't know. I want to stay away from these big news stations. Hold on, let me look though. I want to see if I trust them. Let me look. So this is interesting. I'm sure we'll get more from the Pentagon or the White House, I mean. There are videos of survivors. I have seen some of them. Yeah, oh God. I think NBC is just like CBS too, or ABC. They're all the same. Let's see what happens. No, I don't know if I want to chance it. Do they have pictures? Oh, look at all that ice, you guys. I never even thought about that. Oh, what's going on here? The hill, yeah. Look at all that ice they have to work through.
One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test, test.
Sorry? Which aircraft? Like the one from last night? Yeah. Yeah. It's news. It's news. It was a cold one. Yes. Yeah. So what I heard to be like that. Yeah. Switching it up.
Yeah, Pamela, President Trump spent last night in the Situation Room with his team getting briefed as this crash happened just about 8:48 p.m. Eastern time. He was being updated by officials throughout the night, posting regularly about the updates that they were getting. Remember, his transportation secretary had only been sworn in a few hours before this crash had happened. He was on the scene at Reagan National Airport last night and spent several hours at the FAA headquarters here in Washington monitoring these developments. As that search and rescue effort was underway that unfortunately did not find any survivors, as we are hearing from officials this morning. So we are gathered here in the briefing room. This was just announced a few hours ago that we are expecting President Trump to come here to this briefing room any moments now. We are expecting top officials to join him here. We just saw the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth entering the White House grounds earlier today. Obviously, we heard an update from him this morning, given it was a Black Hawk helicopter that had 3 members of the U.S. military on board that collided with this American Airlines plane. Pete Hegseth said earlier that these were fairly experienced pilots who had been on this plane, 3 crew members in all that were on board, and a lot of questions, as none of them have been identified yet, as we're waiting to hear an update on that, and also from the Transportation Secretary himself, potentially on the status of this investigation that is going to get underway, given this is the deadliest commercial airliner crash in the United States since 2001. And so that will be something that they will be launching an investigation, and we'll be waiting to see what that looks
Well, we're
like.
told that the president will be making remarks before he takes questions here, and there are going to be a lot of questions about what you had to say online last night. You said that this pre-intervented. How did you know that so quickly when the NTSB investigation was not even underway at that point? Does he have information that is not available to the rest of us here?
Okay, I am muting these people. I mean, look at them. Look at. Aren't these guys funny? Why are they talking? I mean, come on, look at them. Here, let me unmute it. Oh shoot. The one was irritated with the other, so then she started speaking. Come on.
There is no confirmed FAA administrator at this moment.
Okay, these people. I'm listening to the radio chatter of them on the ground. Oh boy. Sorry. Yeah, you see that water though? Actually, it was ice.
And he was really there as consoler in chief, talking to people who had lost their homes or had their homes damaged, saying that he was with the people of North Carolina and also the people of California. Now, once again, just a week and a half into his presidency, he's being called on again to be a consoler in chief after this air tragedy. Yep.
All right, Holland, stay here. It's a picture. What is that? Oh, selfie.
Sean Duffy says
I'm not looking for that. I'll be looking for that on the wire, buddy. Yeah.
In theory, they need to figure out what was happening and how it happened. Also, Pete Hegseth, the newly installed defense secretary, put out a video statement this morning. He talked about it as well because there was this Army helicopter involved. He said that the crew was.
Okay, let's see if the White House is going to be starting shortly. Let's go there. Did you apply for the new media thing? I heard about it. I want to contact somebody there. Yes, I do. I'm going to. I don't have a record, so I should be good. I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference, but I heard it does. Yes, but I'm going to look into that. Unless we're talking about two different things, let me go to the whitehouse.gov. What did I miss? I could have missed something. Let's look. Just checked and have not seen anything there. Where is it? Administration? I don't know where to go. Articles? Did you see, I've seen somewhere I have a background, but shoot, if they allow, that's right. I can't find where to go. I'm on the White House .gov. Obviously, that ain't where I go. Yeah, and look at what they found in the White House too. Try to blame it on somebody else. It's Hunter. We all know it's Hunter. Just saying. I'll figure it out. Yes. Okay, while we're waiting for that, I'm going to be doing a recap before the trial. The trial starts February 3rd or the 4th. Megan Boswell for baby Evelyn.
Evelyn. Hi. Mm. Mwah. Mwah.
Look at that sweet baby girl. I've been waiting for that for 5 years. Don't think I won't do a cover letter with video expressing my thoughts either. Yes, you would. I mean, can't Mr. Trump be on time? Come on now. What's going on here? That was air traffic control. Let me turn it down. All right, let me go to
Alaska 9202, Southern 16. President Alaska 9202, keep on the phone. Field 2, Turkey 11, 2.
I'm staying away from ABC, NBC, and CBS. What I mean is on their personal platforms. I don't trust them. You didn't hear that? Yeah, it was kind of hard to hear. I got it turned all the way up. They're not done with this makeup. Hey, Tasha, go live one time and go on NBC or CBS and play something of theirs. I bet you within a minute your channel's gone. I bet you. Down Kilo live. I don't understand that radio talk. Yeah, I trust Fox. I trust Fox, and I trust like the little local news agencies and News Nation. Come on, I dare you. Okay, get a throwaway channel and try it and see what happens. That's why I tell everybody what happens with me so they don't make the mistakes I have. Okay? I think I'm going to write a letter to Trump and say, hey, Mr. President, why can't you ever be on time? Why are we always waiting on you? I think I will. Yeah, I like Fox, and like when stuff like this happens, like their local news outlets. I don't like CNN. No, I don't like them. I deal with them during storm season. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh, my dog might bark. My sweet little girl, Nala. Yeah. That's my little Pomeranian. She thinks she's a little badass. She's got little dog syndrome. I know you won't put up with nothing. Right? I dare you. Triple, double, cat dare you to send that.
Watch the ground, southwest 3856, Alpha 5 with uniform for pushing.
President, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to request a moment of silence for the victims and their families, please. Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal. And I have to say, the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast. It was mobilized immediately. The work is now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly. And we are a country of really, we are in mourning. This is really shaken a lot of people, including people very sadly from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people, unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy, icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years, I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016. I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence. And we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation, his government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray, and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine. Follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter. I mean, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end. And by that time, it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower, but it was exactly at the same height and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made. And you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have. And then they changed it back. That was Biden, to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the president's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local, state, federal. And when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency: the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible, with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's not acceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President. And I appreciate the confidence you placed in me. Thank you.
Pete would like to say something.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. From the moment we found out about this, we were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened. I would echo it as well. No excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We first and foremost, from the Defense Department, want to pass our condolences to the 64 souls and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers, a young captain, staff sergeant, and the CW2, Chief Warrant Officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DoD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top tier aviation assets inside the DoD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DoD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Blackhawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you.
JD, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the president said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the president said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control. And we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior. And that's what we're going to have. Yeah, yeah, please, go ahead.
President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains? Considering
Yes, we
the
will.
fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries.
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from this president if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the
Well,
Democratic
you're asking me a
Republic
question
of the
about
Congo.
Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem. I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it, but it is a very serious problem.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference? They are a group of people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question. I'm surprised coming from you. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here.
based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who was at fault? If it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of DC?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was a crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower, we're higher, or so if somehow there's a screw up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines standard, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was the helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play, and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger?
There were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented. I have not, no. Not about this.
On your executive order, you've already issued an executive order. You say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more need to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So, what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real. but the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's
Who said
website.
that? You?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in
Oh,
2013.
oh.
It was there for the
Take a look.
entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration
Nice and
too.
easy.
So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first
I
administration?
did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in and he changed it. And then when I came in 3 days ago, I signed a new order bringing it to the highest level of intelligence.
It
Okay.
was on the website.
Please.
Respectfully, it was on the website.
Quiet, quiet.
Welcome back to the, I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in the helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any?
I heard that.
indication?
We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. I have a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Turn it, go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations. And the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I try to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about?
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
Question about
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir.
Well, I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made the
Yes, sir. And what is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far. And this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Wow. Listen to those reporters. I would not let them back in there for certain ones. Wow. Okay, let's see what else is going on. All right, I'm looking. Yeah, it was crazy. And people are so rude to him. It really makes me mad. Have some respect. I don't care if it was Biden or him. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see what else is going on. Live update. All right. Right, Tasha? Thank you.
This to take years. We want to get to the bottom of it and try to figure it out. Now, you heard everything else that was involved, not exactly on target for the investigation. A lot of DEI talk throughout administration officials, obviously trying to make their playbook well known to while they have the ear of America.
Okay, I did not know this, people. I thought to be an air traffic controller, you have to have experience, as in have to go to school. I didn't know it could be anybody off the streets that can get a job at that. That's scary to me. That's scary. But I don't like planes anyway, so there's that. You want to know why I don't like airplanes? Because I'm not in control. That's why. Now in my car, I'm in control. See what I'm saying? So I feel good. People used to have respect for the, yes, there is people already wanting to impeach him. People people want to take his life, and I don't know why it's okay to be on the internet threatening the president of the United States, an American citizen. What is going on? I think they should be arrested and charged. Yes, I do. Anyone can get a job. We're taking talent. Yes. Yes. Right? Crazy.
Yeah. It is to be seen if that has any impact on the crash at all. Right now, there's nothing substantiating any direct correlation between that aspect of things and what played out last night.
Absolutely.
This appears to be some type of most likely human error. Even Sean Duffy saying that this should not have happened. We're going to get to the bottom of it, but from what we know right now, this is something that just should not have happened.
And also, we won't make excuses, and we'll make sure that we get to the bottom of it so it does not indeed happen again. I want to go out live now to Tom Fitzgerald. He is at Reagan National Airport. Tom, I know you were watching that briefing just like us. Initial reaction.
Well, we heard a lot there. Let's take small bites out of this. There was really two components of what we just heard. There was an operational section of this, and clearly there was a political section of this as well. So let's start with the operational point. What do we know right now? What is being done? The news that the president revealed right out of the gate here is that he has named an acting FAA administrator. Now, you may remember the previous FAA administrator had resigned prior to President Trump taking office. This will be Christopher Rocheleau, the president says, who will now effectively be in charge of the Federal Aviation Administration. The president said in detail the audio and video recordings that he had listened to and watched. One of particular, the president said one from the Kennedy Center, which he was able to see the midair collision between the Army helicopter and this American Airlines flight. He also then didn't go on to say that he had listened to recordings as well, too, extensively from ATC, air traffic control, which led the president to question some of the decisions that were made, repeating what the air traffic controller had said to the helicopter at one point, do you see them? The president says, he wants answers to these questions that people have. And he says, previously in previous air disasters, in the rollout of these things, he says sometimes it can take years for those answers to be coming forward. The president says he wants those answers sooner rather than later. That we also did hear from the current head of Transportation Department, Sean Duffy, once again reiterating that air safety in the United States, in his words, is the safest in the world. And then we also heard from the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. At that point, there was also a political component of this as well, too, Sean and Marissa, and we can go into that if you would like as well.
Yeah, let's get right into it. I mean, he spoke very openly and blatantly about DEI initiatives that were made by previous Democratic administrations. I'm curious to know your thoughts on that, because at this hour, we don't know who, in terms of their races, nationalities, genders, were on the aircraft. So I think some of the reporters there were asking, how are you drawing that connection, and if there's any? And at this point, we really don't know.
Yeah, I think, Marissa, earlier in our coverage today, you had asked me about a differentiation between the president's posts on his own social media site, Truth Social, and the official White House account that had come out. They were, radically different in tone. And, and what I can tell you is that that's kind of what we heard in the middle section of this, where the president went into some political debates surrounding all of this. Now, he read from several articles, although he did not quote which ones they were, basically saying that DEI, diversity, inclusion, and equity changes that he claimed had been made under both.
Now, what I will say, what they're talking about, or what Trump was talking about, he read what he's seen online. I've seen those posts on X. So what he's doing is he's responding to some of those posts, because I've seen them. Hi, Linda. How are you?
Of President Obama and President Biden, in his words, led to the hiring of people with, in his words, psychiatric and mental deficiencies, as well as intellectual and mental deficiency. The president then went on to launch a viscerally personal attack on the former Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg. I won't repeat what the president said, however, it was a graphic language. Anybody who was just listening heard it. But he also did say at the end there that he is not blaming this on the air traffic controller, and there are more answers that need to be forthcoming.
Like you said, Tom, I mean, you said it great off the top. There was two different elements in play here, right? There was the element when it comes to this investigation, and then there was the political element that.
I wish I could be a reporter, okay? Because these reporters are not supposed to be, biased or anything like that, but they are. And this is even a Fox channel. But listen to that reporter. Graphic. He was using graphic language. Graphic, you guys. That was so graphic. Just saying. I'm doing okay. Looks like federal employees, from what Google says. If you can trust Google. U.S. citizens. That's it? That's it? to be air traffic controller? General work experience, 4 years of education. It doesn't sound like they would have a bachelor's degree. Oh my gosh. Did you? Did you? Oh. I am a reporter, okay? Yes, I am. I just give my opinion and give out facts as I know, and I do a little speculation. Yeah. But I always have an opinion on something. You have to hire from FAA, so it's a government job. Okay. All right, let's listen to this clown. And I say that respectfully.
It got a lot of attention and will continue to get a lot of attention as well. Right now, there's no correlation between the two that we know anything about. And if there were, it would come out in the investigation. But right now, I think most people are focused on what it was that went wrong here. Yeah. And to be clear, and I know the president made a lot of references to the air traffic controllers and the helicopter. In most cases, even if it's a military helicopter that is flying in the airspace around Reagan National Airport, once that initial communication is made, the air traffic controller's position, and this is my understanding, is that you let them know, everybody lets each other know, we're going to be in this airspace. Okay, here's what you look out for. Here's what we have coming in. Here's what we have coming out. And at that point, once that conversation is had, at that point for the helicopter, it's a visual. At that point, you just make sure that you are not in anybody else's way or causing any issues. And that first conversation happened. So if that part was there, then it appears that the air traffic controllers had that communication, which was made. And at that point, something happened with the helicopter.
Which goes back to Duffy's original.
Oh, these guys, I tell you. Yeah, we just watched it. We have watched a lot of different things. I know, right? Yeah. What I want to say also, because, I'm not smart. I'm not a, air traffic controller or, I don't work in the military and, I ain't Trump or anything like that. But what I found is interesting that I heard is him saying it doesn't make sense. Why was the helicopter and the plane flying at the same level, 300 degrees? Why were they both there at the same? That don't make sense. That's all I'm saying. None of it makes sense. It's a horrible, horrible tragedy. This is awful. Okay, let's continue.
Comment and remarks is that everything was standard really up until just a few seconds before the crash.
All right, let's get to Lily Zhang. She's outside Reagan National this morning. She's kind of down by Gravely Point. Let's check back in with her now as we're continuing to hear from more and more people down at the airport.
Hey there, good afternoon to you guys. Yeah, so we are by Gravely Point. This is about a few hundred yards away from the runways at Reagan National. I can tell you in the past half hour, 45 minutes or so, we've seen about a half dozen planes coming in and landing. I haven't seen any take off necessarily from here yet, but that's just in the past half hour or so. Behind us, what's happening is we are seeing a lot of first responders, people who have responded to this incident in terms of the recovery efforts, like we've been reporting throughout the morning. According to DC fire officials, they are confident that the remains of those who have died in this crash will be found, but it does take time. And this is kind of an idea of the massive effort that's underway right now. All of the people who are here trying to resolve all this and trying to make sure that everyone is found. I do also want to tell you, Gravely Point is typically an area where people either come and watch planes take off off and land. It is also, as we've learned, a spot for a lot of Uber drivers, Lyft drivers who are out here working every day. And I just met a gentleman. If you can come here real quick, sir. This is Eshmael. Eshmael, you mentioned you are a Lyft driver, right?
Yes.
What is this area? Bring me up to speed. You and I were talking a little bit off camera.
Yeah, this is like the Lyft hub and the Uber hub. Like any driver who drives Lyft or Uber, they usually come over here to wait in the queue for like a ride. Like any plane that lands down, whoever requests the ride when they get out of the plane, it literally comes into whoever Lyft queue right here, like right on the spot. And it's just like, I guess maybe the airport made it like that way. So that way passengers are able to get like rides in an effective way at a faster rate than having to wait for like 30 minutes to an hour for the drivers to come from like downtown or like further places. So they just created this spot just for that. But also some, locals who come to fish or ride in the boat, they also park over here.
So what have you seen this morning? Have you been driving around? Have you been just having to park in one spot?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the day. Like today, because there's a lot of planes that's coming in, and also due to the crash, we all came over here because whenever we get around over here, we go down into the city. And over here also makes it more easier to make like money without wasting gas and driving around or sitting down and waiting for like somebody with a shorter pay ride. Like over here, sometimes the ride's like $50, $60, like longer distance. If you want like a longer distance trip.
And Eshmael, do you fly often?
I haven't flown in like about 6 months, but I used to fly often.
Tell me about how you're absorbing what you've seen and heard so far. As a flyer, does this make you nervous? Have you ever been nervous before?
I mean, I'm nervous a little bit right now because this is my first time being on any news channel. But it does make me a little bit nervous because now, whenever I get in the plane, I have to think about if there's something else that might be in the air, that might, where there's perhaps the pilot maybe wasn't communicating what's going on around them. And if we take off, maybe if we hear something or something run into us, like it's kind of like bringing like a little bit of fear to someone like me who flies often, because this is like a huge tragedy.
Okay, if I recall right, I heard Trump say that it wasn't a training, it was practice. Are those, okay, to you, are those two different types of words? Practice or training? I don't know. What do you think he means? Also, this is crazy. Now, let me tell you something. $158,000 a year for certified, okay? But they're hiring people with mental illness. And so far, I haven't seen anything here about that. Or have I missed something? You got to be smart. Really, 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 really smart. Wow. An early retirement. Wow. Well, looky here, Miss Barbara. How you doing? Retired age 50. I'm sorry. I'd be afraid to play. See, something like this would happen. No, I shouldn't talk like that. But this is how I feel. Remember, people, I'm terrified of water. Okay? Water. And when you're in that plane, you're traveling over water. And I don't have control of that plane. It is out of my control, and I don't like that. Not saying that I'm a controlling person. Okay, so don't go there, people. It blew my mind, Trump's more. I know. I am a true friend. Yes, and so are you. And I love you. 6 days ago. Yep. Should visit USA Jobs to view. Oh. Really? I want to know what Trump had when he was in office the first time and what the Biden administration did. I want to see the difference. Not knowing, I don't probably know what I'd be looking at, but just to look. I'm afraid of fire and water. Oh my God, I'm terrified of water. Can you imagine drowning? Oh my gosh, that'd be awful. Brief focus on federal aviation. Oh, really? What? Come on. That is so stupid. What about experience? Experience, right? Who's the most certified? Who cares if you're female or male? It doesn't matter to me. Controllers on the potential impact that may, yeah. Hey, you won't be fine. No, I wouldn't be not flying today. Absolutely not. Interesting. Document from Armed Forces certifying. Oh, do you remember he just fired a bunch of people from there, didn't he? Like that Coast Guard lady and stuff. I can't remember exactly who they all were, but they worked for the government. That I do know. That's how you become. Well, I think I could do that, you guys. I think I could. Okay, you go rest, sweetie. Really? Okay. If you can find the info you're looking for. Okay. Wow.
And my condolences to the families who might have lost a family member from the crash.
Absolutely. Ishmael, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you, sir. Yeah, so
Look who has entered the chat. It is my girl, Duncan Felonies. How you doing, girl? Does anyone else think the military connection's weird? You know what? I think the whole thing's weird, but I think it's an accident. But what? If you have, okay. I love that name too. It's sad that it's just sad all the way around. But when you hear that a Black Hawk was involved, it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? Oh, shucks. Good. Good. I'm glad you're good. I had to pause and say hello.
that's kind of what we're hearing out here, you guys. Again, this is typically an area where people are coming to watch the planes land, watching the planes take off. But today, a lot more somber out here as you're watching an up-close view of what's happening behind us with this recovery effort.
All right, Lily, thanks very much. We want to take a different view. I know we've seen the unfortunate view of that collision on the camera, basically at the Kennedy Center that we've shown you just so many times this morning. Watch the left of the Capitol. I know it's hard to see, but you can see the lights coming in, and there you go. There's the fireball. This is a camera that Fox has down by the Capitol. And again, you can see it coming in. You see the plane, the helicopter, one big light, one small light, and the collision right there as the plane is in the final approach to the airport. So it's pretty scary stuff when you see it from different angles.
And both of those aircrafts then plummeting into the Potomac River. We want to bring in an aviation expert. We have Mr. Richard Leedy joining us now to give more expertise and insight into what occurred overnight. So Richard, tell us, bring us up to speed on what you believe is at hand here.
Okay, certainly. Good morning from Dallas. I'm a retired captain from American Airlines, 41 years, and now I'm an instructor at another airline in get involved in aviation litigation. I believe what happened here is the PSA airplane, it did have an American Airlines flight number, but the pilots and the maintenance are all conducted by PSA Airlines, not American Airlines. The aircraft, the PSA aircraft, CRJ 700, was on approach to runway 01. The air traffic controller rightfully offered them a side to the right to make a visual approach to runway 33. No problems there. Then you had the Sikorsky helicopter, Black Hawk helicopter, flying legally over the Potomac River low altitude from north to south. That's where the problem occurs. The call sign of the Nighthawk, the Black Hawk helicopter was Pat 25. And Pat 25, the controller said, Pat 25, do you see the CRJ, the PSA? And the military pilots said, yes, we do. And then the military pilots said, may we maintain visual separation. We call that in aviation, see and avoid. See the other aircraft and avoid them. That's what did not happen. The military aircraft, maybe because of mini lights, or most importantly, the military aircraft, the helicopter, could have been wearing night vision goggles. If they were, that limits the vision. And they had a crew, I believe, of 3 instead of 4. And that could have also limited their look outside the aircraft to see the CRJ and see and avoid.
You know, Richard, it's a fascinating point, and it's certainly a lot of questions as to how they did not see this coming. I've talked with other people some who have even flown Black Hawk helicopters in the past, and depending on the positioning inside the helicopter as to what your level of visibility is, like you said, whether you have the night vision on or not. But another point that they brought up is in this particular case, where we see military and other helicopters flying up and down the river all the time, much like you would have on a highway, there are designated areas where those helicopters should be flying. And there's designated altitudes at which those helicopters should be flying. So if it wasn't in one of those two things, whose fault is that?
It's going to be the fault of the military Army helicopter. There's an instructor pilot on board and another pilot or 2 getting training. Nothing unusual about that in airline or military flying. That's not a risk by any means. You still have to have extra caution. But there is a particular area that the military.
Okay, I was just reading this. FAA has made air travel less safe. And I bet you that's why he has his own jet. Think about that. He's got his own jet. Now, forgive me if I'm wrong. Don't they have like a black box where they can see what was happening? Or do they got to find it? They got to find it, right? You know what I see about Trump? I like him. A lot of people don't. I think he's always got to be right though, or I don't know. I see a lot of people blaming him for this, and I think it's a bunch of crap. Trump says singling out. Something is going on with their, you think? Couldn't leave you for long, kid. There's a video where they identified the skaters. He's making boss moves. Okay. I do too. Let me tell you. He's a people's president. And I'm not going to get all political with you people, just so you know. Okay, they do. All right. Okay, let's go find out where these skaters are and look at these victims here. Sorry. We did watch a bunch of the skaters that were in Kansas. Hold on, let me look at the comments here. Yep, exactly. Hi. How are you? Yeah, they gotta find those.
Orange Theory Fitness has been a game changer. No planning, no stress.
At this hour, 64 people were on board that American Airlines flight. We know 3 were on board that helicopter. NBC is reporting that flight was carrying members of the U.S. figure skating team. And within the last half hour, we've learned from Russian state media, as they have confirmed, that former ice skating world champions Evgenia Shevkova and Nadim Navov were now coaches, were passengers on that plane.
And this happened at Reagan National Airport. Again, this is in Washington, D.C. We know more than 300 first responders. They are battling cold conditions right now, and overnight they've been searching for these survivors.
Let's get over to our Anna Chalker, who has been following all the new developments overnight. Anna, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. I want to start about with the impact here in Indy. We know that there are 4 canceled departures and 4 canceled arrivals to DC. Those have been canceled this morning. And we've learned also more than a dozen bodies have been pulled from that river. So I want to show you the Earth Cam video of this collision. As you can see, the bright burst of light that's going to pop up on your screen, that is when the plane and helicopter crash and then they fall into the Potomac River. The Federal Aviation Administration says this happened just before 9 Wednesday night. American Airlines Flight 5342 departed from Wichita, Kansas, and was approaching the runway at the Reagan National Airport when it collided with that military helicopter. Right now, hundreds of search crews are in the river looking for almost 70 people who were involved. Now, our sister station in D.C. talked with a husband waiting on his wife at the airport. He tells them he just hopes those crews find her.
Just praying that somebody's pulling her out of the river right now as we speak. That's all I can pray for. I'm just praying to God.
When was the last time you spoke with her?
She texted me that they were landing in 20 minutes.
Like you ladies mentioned, there were also several U.S. figure skating team members as well as 2 Russian former world champions on this flight. We just received a statement from the International Skating Union. They say, quote, "Our thoughts are with everyone affected by this tragedy. Figure skating is more than a sport. It's a close-knit family, and we stand together." Now, investigators are still on scene right now working to find out exactly how this collision started. And as we get those updates, we'll have them both here on air and online at WTHR.com.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people, your heart just drops when you hear that
it does.
husband that is waiting. And that's what is the reality for
There's
close to
just
60
a fear.
people. Yeah,
Yeah.
the fear.
Yeah.
We'll check back in with you soon, Anna. Thank you.
How old is this girl? This girl. This girl is
that plane crash outside Reagan National Airport. And as we've learned, this has impacted our local figure skating community. Let's go ahead and listen into a press conference happening right now.
I am the CEO of the Skating Club of Boston. And last night and into this morning, we were informed of a pretty horrific tragedy. To the best of our knowledge, 14 skaters returning home from the National Development Camp at Wichita, Kansas, put on by U.S. Figure Skating, were lost in the plane crash at Washington, D.C. Of those 14 skaters, 6 were from the Skating Club of Boston, 2 coaches, 2 teenage athletes, and the athletes' moms. Skating is a very close and tight-knit community. These kids and their parents, they're here at our facility in Norwood 6, sometimes 7 days a week. It's a close, tight bond. And I think for all of us, we have lost family. We sent here at this club 18 skaters to Wichita to compete at the U.S. Championships, and 12 skaters were at the National Development Camp. 6 is a horrific number for us, but we're fortunate and grateful it wasn't more than 6. This will have long-reaching impacts for our skating community. The 2 coaches, Zhenya Shishkova and Vadim Nomov, top coaches. They were the 1994 World Pair Champions, and they came to us in 2017, and were very much a part of our building the competitive skating program here at the Skating Club of Boston, originating a group class, Tomorrow's Champions, subscription-based, very innovative in the US and based on what they learned and how they developed in St. Petersburg, Russia. Very popular with families, proven success, which is why I think they had so many kids at the championships and at the National Development Camp. So it's a major personal loss, but it's also a loss to our skating community. I think the final thing I want to say that sadly, this isn't the first time this club has experienced a tragedy like this. It's now a ways back, but in 1961, the entire world team of U.S. figure skating en route to the World Championships in Prague was lost in a plane crash in Belgium. Almost half of everybody on board that plane.
Did you just hear that? A whole skating team in 1961 all died in an airplane crash in Belgium. Are you kidding me? Okay. That's crazy.
Plane were from this club. It had long-reaching implications for the skating club and for the sport in this country, because when you lose coaches like this, you lose the future of the sport as well. It's been a long time in redeveloping it. And I personally feel that this club, the Skating Club of Boston, has just now, almost 60 years later, been coming out of the shadow of that 1961 crash. So this is particularly devastating.
Doug, Vadim and Zhenya were married.
Yes.
They have a son named Max. Can you tell us about him, about how he got out and was not on that plane?
So Max was competing at the U.S. Championships in the senior men's event, Championship Men. He placed 4th, which is a medaling spot. And his time in Wichita concluded on Sunday with the men's event. He was actually on a plane on Monday. I came back with him. He had no reason to stay at the National Development Camp. Both of his parents were with him while he was competing. It's well known. Mom was always too nervous to watch him skate. But his dad was with him, and Dad was in the kiss and cry, sharing his great performance. And Max, I don't know what his next steps are for competition, but he was planned to compete in the 4 Continents Championship after next week. And then he is a first or second alternate to the World Championships, which we're hosting at TD Garden at the end of March 25th through 30th. So, and Max has been with us since 2017 as well. Well-decorated skater, novice men's champion, junior men's champion, 2-time championship men medalist. Very close with his parents, obviously.
As far as you know, he's flown to Washington?
Yeah, the best of my knowledge, Max is en route to Washington, along with the dads of Spencer and Gina.
Did any of the members here have a reason to fly to DC, or is it your understanding they were eventually supposed to come to Boston?
I believe they were all en route back to Boston. There's no direct flights between Boston and Wichita, having worked on that one myself. So you have to connect.
Describe the nature of the competition. So essentially, Spencer and Gina were, they were in the biggest part of that competition. They were there the last day, right?
So they were in the camp. So the camp follows the competition. It's for younger skaters that have been identified with promise by U.S. Figure Skating's High Development Committee department, if you will. So U.S. Figure Skating was looking to everybody in that High Development, National Development Camp as the future of the sport. So they weren't competing at the U.S. Championships because they were at the novice level. U.S. Championships is for junior and senior only.
Can you tell
Please
us
give us a
anything about
biography of the victims.
What was that?
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop this,
Start eating more of these.
you might think.
Tell us the names of each victim, how old they were, what their role was.
Spencer Lane and his mom, Molly. Spencer was about 16, I think, I believe, turning 17 early next year. Gina Hahn, about the same age, and her mom, Jin. And then Vadim and Jenya, the coaches that we already talked about.
Can you have any memories?
Talk about Spencer and Gina based on what you just said about their skill level. Were they leaders around here?
Definitely, very much. And I would say both families very much embedded in our community, just for the sheer amount of time they're here. And, you know, personally, I'll just say wonderful people.
And the
Any
younger
memories
skaters
of either
here?
Spencer or Gina here skating at the club and talking to them?
Spencer, in the best way possible, was a crazy kid, highly talented, like incredibly talented, has not been skating that long and just rocketing to the top of the sport. Very fun, very cerebral, a good thinker. Sorry about my Boston accent. Gina, just a wonderful kid, wonderful parents, great athlete, great competitor, loved by all.
You talked to the fathers. How was that conversation like? When did you talk to them and just kind of walk?
I have not spoken to the dads.
Okay, you haven't spoken to any of them. How did you
No,
find
I
out?
have spoken to folks that were with the dads. And I can say when this story started to break and the news of this came out last night, it was a long night for us all, just trying to get accurate information. Who was on the plane, who wasn't on the plane, where are the dads, are there any survivors, that sort of thing.
We've seen some people, presumably skaters, show up this morning. How are other people who belong to the club processing this?
I think a lot are trying to process it. Some of our old members have written me saying the 1961 plane crash, because that's clearly a reference point for them, having lived through it. I think our current members, leaders, management team, I don't know what the word is. Is it wrecked? Is it devastated? Folks are just stunned by this. My phone is just blowing up with emails and texts of folks, offering to support in any way they.
It's a sad situation, but we can't sit there and be sad all the time. I mean, you know what I mean, right? You got to have some kind of laughter. Hey, that is funny. You know what my family does to me? I don't know, Spitfire, if you heard me earlier, I'm terrified of bridges because of water. And what my family has done to me, okay, like my son-in-law and my daughter, they stop on the bridge when I'm in the vehicle. Mind you, I usually drive myself everywhere, but when I'm at their house, I'm a passenger and I don't like it because they stop on bridges and they think it's funny. Yeah, they do. Okay. All right. We must be close to each other. Oh my God, that's funny. Oh my God. You know what? Let me tell you something else funny. Okay, I live, I'm not going to tell anybody where I live. Anyways, where I live, okay? Mind you, there isn't water under this bridge, but let me tell you, it's an off-ramp, okay, of a major freeway, right? And me and my dad were walking, right? Because I've never walked. I always drive my car, but I just drove my car to get brand new tires. So I thought, okay, I'll just walk back home. Big mistake. So here I wouldn't walk. He's like, come on. I go, no, I don't want to. And he's laughing. I go, no, I don't want to go to the bridge. Oh my God, it was horrible. It was a horrible experience. Horrible. I thought I was going to die, you guys. I did. That's never going to happen again. Nope. It was terrible. Well, another thing that happened to me, I'm going to tell you guys this. Okay. There's a famous bridge where I live, okay, and there's water underneath. This is another thing that happened to me. There was a crack in the, here's the bridge, and you get to walk, right? So you got the sidewalk for the people to walk, right? And there was a crack in one of the things. Well, mind you, I was 9 years old. my big toe got stuck. My God. My big toe got stuck. And it was horrible. Okay, so it was stuck on the bridge. Okay, that's another panic. So besides the ice, and almost drowning, well, not almost. I'm just exaggerating for that one. But it was still terrifying, okay? I feel your pain. Do you feel my pain? Yeah, but you know what? I'm thinking about this right now, right? I was 8 years old. Maybe I stuck my big toe in there. Oh my God. You never know. I could have stuck my big toe in there. I don't know, okay? All right? You never know. I was 9. Yeah, yes. During the flood in 93 to take a picture of water. Nope. Oh, that's scary. I know, isn't that so funny though? Oh my God. Yeah, that's kind of a mental disorder. What do you think, guys? What do you guys think? Is that a mental disorder if I stuck my big toe in the crack on a bridge with water underneath? Is that a mental disorder? Very same way. I don't like bridges as well, especially like ones in the south. Let me tell you something. You mentioned Florida. I will never go to Florida. Well, if I do go to Florida, we are not going on that one bridge. Absolutely not. There's got to be back roads or something, because I will not go on that bridge. I will jump out of that car. Okay. Literally, I would jump out of that car. Terrified. Fort Bragg, okay. I was on Great Ball, will put me in a towel and see me shake. Had to ride over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Where's that? Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Oh, God. Oh, my God. We were on a bike run, okay, going from Harley shop to Harley shop, okay? And in my state, there's a bridge. And it's a bridge that, oh, my God, I'm just thinking about it and freaking out. It's a bridge. And I was so mad they put me on that bridge. Okay, I was riding. And it's a kind of bridge that sways, okay? And there's holes. There's like grooves. You can see. It's not even like a road, people. You could see the water. It's terrible. It's terrifying. I just think about it and I'm freaking out. It's a new bridge. The old one's gone. Yeah. Oh, God, it's awful. There's my son-in-law and daughter are stationed. Oh. I mean, Florida's beautiful and all, but not that bridge. The Skyway. Stroked. You stroked out. Literally. Come on now. I'm old and can never remember anything. You know, I had a stroke, right, in 2016. And I lost my short-term memory, but my long-term memory is perfect. I'm really horrible at short-term. All right. Okay. Let's see what more this guy has to say here.
They can, expressing condolences and just how stunned they are by it.
Could you tell us what's next for the club immediately? Like, are you guys going to be open this week? What are the next steps here?
That's a good question. Haven't thought that far. I would assume we will be open just because skaters are resilient and they want to skate. I think also they come to the club and will come to the club as an opportunity to come together and to grieve together. We are There's never, ever a good time for a tragedy like this, but we're a small organization. We have a large facility. We're also the local host for the World Championships coming up at the end of March. So we're pretty busy and we can't take a break. We need to keep moving.
How did you build? How did yourself rebuilding after this?
You rebuild over time. It's too soon to say, but obviously we have a hole in our coaching staff, a giant hole left by Vadim and Jenya. I'm not quite sure how we're going to fill that.
Doug, given how safe air travel is in the world, and the fact that your club has been personally impacted now by two tragedies, 1961 and 2025, does it strike you as bad luck, or what can you take away from that?
It strikes me as life. It's senseless, but accidents happen. I think for me personally, I'd rather have something like this happen in an accident than a terrorist activity or something, where somebody was deliberately trying to cause harm. It somehow makes it easier to accept that.
Okay, so here that guy had a state terrorist attack. I had 2 brain surgeries when it happened. 2008, it happened again. Oh my God. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I had a stroke in 2016. They don't know why. The doctor's like, you got a pool of blood on your brain. And they couldn't figure out why. They didn't do any kind of surgery. A year of recovery. I don't know. You can tell me this. I couldn't walk. I couldn't talk. I couldn't feed myself. But I remember in my head crying, not able to tell my mom because I couldn't put the spoon up to my mouth, right? But I had tears rolling down my face. But you remember stuff. You remember stuff. So people, if you know anybody who has a stroke, they know what's up. As in my experience anyways, you know what's going on. But thank God I can walk and I can talk. I just have some speech problems and my face. I got a problem with one side of my face, and I forget things when I'm talking. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Yeah, and how old was I? 46. Wow. I had no signs. What I do remember, I was getting ready to go to a doctor's appointment. The last thing I do remember is I passed out. I remember crawling, crawling like the military do when they train on their belly, and trying to open my door. I was opening it with my foot and screaming for help. And then I woke up to the ambulance in my apartment, but the alarm was going off for 2 hours. So I know I lay there for 2 hours. Oh, really? I know, me either. So all you people that make fun of me about my reading, well, that's why. You too. Thank you for coming through. You have a great day. I appreciate you. I got to look up that crash from 1961. Let's listen to this guy. I'm going to look that up.
It was an accident.
How do you think that the club will remember the victims in the coming days?
Well, I don't think we're ever going to forget them. That is certain. How we commemorate them here, we haven't gotten to that point to discuss, but we certainly will. Just definitely very important and well-loved members of our community.
when can I retire? At Fisher Investments, we know a lot goes into that question, which is why we've made
The information about the crash.
What went through my mind? It was the biggest thing was how can we get accurate information? At one point, we thought we had 12 skaters that were on, 12 skaters and their families. Then it was 8 to 10. And now, I mean, it sounds crazy to be relieved. Oh my gosh, it's only 6. But in some ways, I am relieved it's only 6. But it's a devastating 6.
I was wondering if you could, I know we spent time talking about the 2 skaters, but had you ever run into Molly? Had you ever run into Jen and kind of just talk about a little bit about them?
Yes, definitely. In Wichita, spent time with them. So dedicated moms, making sacrifices. The Lanes lived in Providence, or I should say Rhode Island, outside of Providence, spent a lot of time commuting, a real commitment to be here for Spencer to skate. As I said, Spencer was a pretty young phenom, has only been with the sport a couple of years and was just rocketing to the top. And his parents were working to support that. The Hahn family has been with us for a while, certainly since we opened this facility in September of 2020. And they are definitely a member of family. And I would say Jin, one of the most wonderful, pleasant, polite, smiling, just fantastic member of the club. Never a discouraging word, always appreciative, always supportive of not just Gina, her daughter, but every athlete. Just role model parents in youth sport. And you don't always get that, right? And I will say our kids compete hard on the ice against each other, but when they step off the ice, it's a pretty tight-knit group. The parents as well.
Were these kids also from Norwood or in the area?
Max was from Norwood. I forget the town where Gina and her mom lived nearby.
And Spencer?
Spencer was Rhode Island.
Do they practice so much? Are they able to go to high school, or do they end up maybe doing some
They
other
do a mix of high school and homeschool. I believe Gina was homeschooled, and I believe Spencer was in school. Other questions?
Thank you so much. What else should we know about this incident?
A lot of people do. Yeah. You should hear some of the comments I get. My 9-year-old nephew can read better than you. Stuff like that. I like that. I know what that is there. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's so stupid too. And I think about that within other people. I try to be very careful with my words too. I do. I try my best. Except for in certain cases, like the Wade Wilson case.
I don't know what to say to that. Information is still breaking. I mean, I think we've given you everything we know. It's obviously a very emotional thing for us because, as I said, they are like family to us. And the 2 dads remaining, I haven't spoken to them yet, but there's no doubt they're devastated. I know Max, obviously devastated, and skaters here at the club, senior level skaters, had all traveled to be with him last night as more information was breaking. I think if you look for a silver lining in something that's horrible, it's to see the humanity of how folks come together to support those that were directly affected by that. And that really is heartwarming and encouraging.
Sorry for your loss.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate seriously your interest in these families and these kids. Courtney is your point of contact moving forward. I'm available for whatever. Maybe as more information comes in, that sort of thing.
Jenya and Vadim, I assume you must have spoken to them many times.
Oh gosh, yes.
Do you have any memory that really sticks out of the 2 of them or something about them?
Vadim, I would describe as an old school coach. I grew up in the St. Petersburg, Russia School of Skating, which produced many, many champions. I think he was a good role model for our kids here. Loved young kids, but he was also a firm disciplinarian in not in a punishment way by any means, but in boundaries and training. And he made the kids keep to the proper standards, very much in a Russian method, which, you know, Russian method can be argued produces more champions because it is so strict. Great folks, great sense of humor. Genya, the women in a pair team are incredibly tough. They have to look, you know, like they're making it easy. They're getting chucked through the air. They're getting tossed up in the air. And their job is to land on one foot, make it look easy, always be pretty. But they are tough. And Genya was incredibly resilient. And I think just a fabulous addition to this community. You couldn't see Genya and not just break into a smile.
Have they known each other since they were children?
I think so, yes, training together. But I think their romance came later in life.
How did they end up here, and why did they end up here?
They were in a training camp in Connecticut, and we sought them out to build the coaching in our own program. That was a deliberate move. So we sort of stole them from Connecticut.
How tough was it to convince them to move here?
It wasn't impossible, but you know, we made it work for them. We made it work for them, and they've just, no regrets. I'm just going to miss them terribly.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody.
It's a shame that so many people gain weight with metformin.
Sorry, guys. I'm not wearing my headphones because I don't want to, because they hurt my ears. All right, let's see here. Let's look up the 61 plane crash. That is just crazy to me. Let's look at it. All right. Oh. So crash in Virginia. Let's see here. What channel can I use that will not give me a strike? Here we go. I found one. It's too bad you gotta make sure you're safe so they don't try to give you a strike. But this is a safe channel right here. Okay, this is about the 61 crash.
Broadmoor's always managed to produce as a good training atmosphere for the serious competitive skaters.
Had 2 world championships and 2 national championships there.
The very best train here, the Broadmoor in Colorado Springs. Hayes Jenkins, 1956 Olympic gold medalist, and Carol Hess, who won Olympic gold in 1960, know it well.
The Broadmoors never lost that elite training atmosphere.
Stephanie Westerfeld, the homecoming queen from Cheyenne Mountain High, came here to perfect her skills.
I knew her as a little girl coming up.
Stephanie found national fame in the 1961 U.S. Figure Skating Championships at the Broadmoor World Arena, the first time the event would be televised.
Before, you have to go into the movie theater and see the various clips of the different sports, and they just show maybe, 20 seconds of skating.
From that time on, skating events came into living rooms around the world. Stephanie would finish runner-up to Lawrence Owen. Then, in less than a month, she would go to the World Championships in Prague, Czechoslovakia.
Brother-in-law called me, and then my husband called me to tell me that the plane had crashed and they were all dead.
My coach, Eddie Sholden, who I had been together with for 4 years, with Eddie being lost in the crash, really hit home for me.
And we were just going through all the people that were on that flight, not only the skaters, These were the people that were in silver, bronze medalists at nationals. This was the future, because the champions had retired. So now you expected for the next 4 years, this would be their time.
February 15th will serve as a reminder of what could have been.
I think every time that comes around, you reflect on the fact that here I am, 60 plus years later, you realize what all those people lost, the opportunities they lost to have a lifetime.
The lost are not forgotten at the World Figure Skating Hall of Fame and at the Broadmoor Hotel, where this bench symbolizes that loss.
We keep the memory alive to reflect on these people who had given so much for a sport they love.
But it's important to remember those skaters because they were very, very good.
The tragedy of it never wears off.
After the loss of the 1961 U.S. figure skating team, a memorial fund was created to help out up-and-coming skaters. Among the first to receive benefits from that was 1968 Olympic champion Peggy Fleming.
I don't know what to think about that. That is weird, you guys. I'm going to look up the 1972 one now. Here I'm talking, I'm muted. Oh my God, that's the one about cannibalism. I love that for my yard. Oh, that bench. I'm like, cannibalism? What are you talking about, Spitfire? What are you talking about? I mean, I might have to find out who you are. No, I'm just kidding. I don't do that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. Oh my. Let's see. I want to find the safest channel to watch this. It's pretty sad that, oh, what's this? Okay, never mind. Off topic. The 60s got me thinking about Roseanne. I think she was born in the 60s. I know, I just heard her rap too. That was funny. It's a movie? Okay, we're gonna, oh, God, I wonder if I can watch that one person's channel. Let me look. Probably not. What channel is this? Let me look. I want to see here. Oh, can't watch it. Nope, nope, nope. Absolutely not. They will give me a strike. Oh, 72 days. And frigid. Oh, wow. I'm sorry, you guys. I know. Listen to me. Alive is a movie about a soccer team. Oh my God. Hold on a minute.
Real miracle. Survivors of a plane crash in the Chilean Andes. The plane went down 10 weeks ago. The 45 people aboard were given up for dead.
When the news broke in 1972, the world couldn't believe it.
Some were injured or suffering from exposure and had to be carried out on stretchers.
Others walked right off the rescue choppers to smiles, hugs, and so many questions. How did 16 young men survive a plane crash and more than 2 months stranded in the mountains, surrounded by snow, with nothing to eat? A new Netflix film, Society of the Snow, revisits the terrifying and later grim events. Starting with the crash that tore off the plane's tail and wings.
What do you remember about the crash?
About the crash, that I thought I was going to die.
Roberto Canessa was just 19 years old when he and his rugby team boarded that doomed flight to Chile.
Was it hard to watch the movie?
Yeah, because I was like immersed in that place again. I was back to the fuselage.
Though films like Alive from 1993 have told this story before, Roberto says never like this. The viewers are transported to the actual site of the crash. The production actually setting up a base camp, everyone living in those extreme conditions.
We were shooting at 12,000 feet, exactly in the same place where the plane crashed at the same time of the year.
Director J.A. Bayona and star Enzo Vogrinsic told me the cast and crew also relied on these photos from the actual disaster from a camera the survivors had found on board.
Every time you see one of those pictures, you think about who were they, what happened to them.
In building his character, Vogrinsic lost 50 pounds, eating just a can of tuna and a tangerine a day. Vogrinsic tells me the fasting and the on-location shoots helped him understand the decisions the survivors had to make, including eating the flesh of the passengers who had died.
Talk to me about the moment that you guys decided as a group that you're going to have to eat your loved ones, your teammates, your friends. What was that like?
I thought if I would die, I would be proud that my body would be used for someone else.
In the ultimate act of selflessness, Roberto eventually hiked out of the mountain range with teammate Nando Parrado and announcing to the world they were alive. That teenage hero grew up to become a renowned pediatric cardiologist who says the time in the mountains took so much away from him, but also gave him something he keeps forever.
About how to overcome difficulties in life and to have faith in yourself.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, to go back that and relive that in such dramatic fashion, what are
That is crazy. How many people lived? Anybody know? I've never heard of it. The crash scene. I always get it wrong. Aren't they the same thing? I don't know. 17, I think. Wow. That was a 19, what was it again? Shits you not? What plane crash was that again? I want to show this real quick. Hold on a minute. Where'd it go? That 61 crash? Look at. I'm sorry if my sound sucks. I just don't want to put on my headphones. I'm so sorry. See, that ain't the right date, is it? No, it can't be. 1961. I know I'm talking to myself right now. Give me a minute. Here we go. I got it. I got it. Yeah. I don't have Netflix. I used to, but they started charging $22. I'm like, hello. Guess not. Look at these pictures. Look at this. This is from the 1961. That is horrible. Oh my gosh, it was in the water. It was in the water. What? Oh my God. See, are you guys noticing something about me? Okay, I'm very dramatic and I already know this. Okay. However, anything to do with water gets me all riled up. I am that terrified. Yes. Society of the Snow. I'm always in the chats. You are. Who? Did I miss somebody? Somebody new in here? Did I miss somebody? Society of the Snow. I don't see that person. I don't see it. But yeah, so I start freaking out. Yes, you too. I even have dreams about it, you guys. And not intentional. It'll happen, but I will wake up in a panic. It's like, oh my God, thank God I woke up. I don't know. Okay, let's looky here. I mean, this is, hold on a minute. This is just crazy. I can't believe these kind of things have happened like this. Look at that. Is this water here? Mark Shannon's worst. Are they in water? What is another one? Hold on a minute. Oh, look at that. There is more crashes than I even realized, you guys. This is terrible. I'm never going on a plane. Absolutely not. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at that plane. It's in water. Somebody is on the wing of the plane. What? Look at you guys. Oh my God. I would be dead. I would be dead. Hold on a minute. I'd be gone. I would be gone from panic. Yes, I'm being dramatic. Look at that. Look at that. Somebody is holding on to the wing of the airplane. They are pulling the airplane up. Oh my gosh. Oh no, it's not going to let me look. Okay, see, I can't do this no more. Do you guys see what I'm doing to myself? Okay. Okay. Okay, what's this? Alive was the first movie about the crash. Okay. It was not intentional. Who's Sarah? Who's Sarah? Why am I missing these people? I don't see a Sarah in here. Hold on a minute. See the wreckage from the planes? Yeah. Oh, yes, definitely. I agree. I remember the crash as well. Oh, yeah, that one. That was terrible. Oh, let me tell you something funny. You know, my kids, right? I got 4 kids. I mean, they're grown. And my daughter goes to Florida every year because she thinks she's special. But yeah, anyways, I told her when I pass away, you know, they can cremate me or donate my body or whatever it may be to science. You know what she said she's going to do with my remains? She's going to have me cremated, and she's going to throw me in the ocean in Florida. She said she's going to throw me in the ocean in Florida. I go, no, you're not. You don't put me in there with the sharks. She goes, how will you know you're going to be dead? See what my kids do to me? Gotta love kids. Oh, Sarah Boone. Okay. Okay. Yes, right? I know it's not me. I go, you're naughty, Kayla. Naughty girl. I'll have one of my other kids handle it. I'm just kidding. Kayla, if you're watching, I'm just kidding. You can deal with me. Do whatever you want. Donate me. Whatever it may be. I don't care. All this is going to do with my ashes, he's going to make me into the toilet. You guys want to hear what I did to my dad? Do you guys? Okay. My family's different. And if you watch me, you know we are different. And that's okay. We're very dysfunctional. And our sense of humor is kind of warped. It is so funny. I went to my dad's because he lives next door. And I come in there with my mom. my mom's urn. He goes, what are you doing? I go, me and mom come to visit. I go, me and mom come to visit. And, you know, usually my dad don't laugh. He was laughing. And then I came back later with my mom. And I sit down in the chair. He's shaking his head. And I go, sit down, mom. And I put her on the table. Oh my God, I'm so funny. It's so funny. And other people be like, oh my God. Well, everybody's different. And I'm not showing the internet, so it's okay. So, you know, people get all excited. But it is funny. It is super funny. Okay? Can you imagine walking in there? Yeah, me and mom come to visit. He looked like in shock at first. Oh, I wish I would have had my camera for that one. Oh my God, I wish. The second time I came in, though, I knew what I was going to do, but he didn't know my camera was on. He didn't know. He doesn't even know I got a video. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, that's enough. Okay, I've had enough. Oh, jeez. Let me look. My parents in the next room. I can't let them go either. Eventually, he will be buried together, but only our ashes. No casket for me. I know, right? I told my daughter, I go, I don't want no bugs eating me. No. No bugs. No, thank you. I think they should just donate my body to science, or, you know, to save other people, whatever it may be. I don't know. But no, she wants to take me to Florida and put me in the ocean. You told your daughter that and she got mad. I don't mean to laugh. She got mad and left because you wanted to, what? Be cremated? Really thinking about donating my body. Maybe there's a cure for lupus. There you go. Yep, no bugs hurt me. I know. You think about that? Okay, my dad, this is what's funny. My dad says, you're not cremating me. I go, and because he wants to get buried, right? He has a fear of being, I don't know, whatever. I go, how, same thing my daughter said to me. I go, well, what do you care? You're not going to know you're going to be dead. I still mess with him. I still mess with him. Mother has held my dad since 2016. Crackhead probably small. Oh my God. Don't go to the bottom. Ooh. No, I don't want that to happen to me. I want me to go to good use. Yeah. That kind, you know what? I got to stipulate some rules. Don't put me on the body farm. I don't belong out there. That's right. Are you guys seeing anything good going on the internet? Anything good? I'm not. Hold on a minute. I'm looking though. I'm looking. Give me a minute. Let's see what else. Okay, what's going on? Oh, they're talking about the weather. Okay, there really ain't much going on, you guys. I wish, you know what? Do you think the History Channel will give me a strike? Probably they would. I want to watch that movie Alive. I was chatting one day with one of the Wade wives, and they said he'll be going home. I told her the only way Wade Wilson was coming home was in a folder on somebody's mantle. Oh my God. Do you know, they report me all the time, by the way. They reported my video. Remember when he was singing Electric Avenue, the song Electric Avenue? Okay, in one of the jail calls. Well, I made a video of him, right, with that song, but also at the end of it, you could see the electric going through his body. They reported that. I'm like, come on, you know, because electrocution. I don't want to derail, but will you know when's the last time? Okay, I thought it was the 17th, and I corrected it the other day when I did a live. And because the document said the 17th, however, in the smaller print, it said October something, but I'm waiting for more documents to come after, because we have it up until that time period of June or January 10th. So I'm waiting from January 10th to recent. So I'm waiting for that. But so I did take that video down and I corrected myself. Yes, they are. Well, it was a little too serious. So, we were talking about our fears. Yeah, in October. And then I heard, okay, this ain't fact, so that picture of him that says proof of life, I heard that is not from the prison. I don't know if it's true. Don't even hold me there. This is just, I'm just throwing it out there. I like to deal with facts. Yes, he is. He's going home by a needle and a wooden box. What? No. Oh my God, what happened? That's right. You're on a new channel now. Dang it. That's what's up. They're going to tell you to go get it. Where is it? You know what? This is what, because the one time she had an in-person visit. Those 2 times they got in trouble, it was on the phone. It was doing conspiracy over the phone. That's what's up. Because he has no access to the tablet. He can write. We'll be finding out. And Kelly with an I, yeah, she's in contact with him. Yeah. Isn't that sick? I mean, anybody could talk to who they want, but she's more worried about the internet and her family safety. But then yet, you're talking to an unaliver and somebody that has abused women for a good decade, and you send pictures of yourself. I sure hope you don't send pictures of your kids. Because you know what? They're being sold. Believe me. We all need to. Yes, right? That's what I think. Shout out to Wade Wilson. I got a child support or something like that. What? Wow. I take Candace on my Twitter. If he's cremated, who's going to want him? I'm just saying. She had been there though. She had been there for a visit. I wouldn't even know. Not at all. Oh, okay. Let me go to my channel and go look. Look. There it is. Oh, yeah, there. Okay. Taylor Swift isn't a woman. She's a filthy bitch. Learn the difference. Over the past few years, I have watched one of my best friends on this planet pour every bit of his heart, soul, sweat, time, energy, jokes, pain, joy, rebellion, darkness, and magic into his film. He created the best work of his life, and this film feels like an actual joy portrayal of wild escape from reality. And the ab sandwich, I don't know how he did it. What is this? What? But that's just here for you. The other randos crashed the photo and were too polite to ask them to leave. Deadpool and the Wolverine is out tomorrow. Here are some to buy tickets if you like things that are unspeakable. Awesome. Shout out to Wade Wilson. What? Wow. How stupid. She is stupid. I think Mercy Jesse will fight to get them. You know what? Let me tell you something. I think that I thought about it. She would never leave him, okay? She would have to be put in like a psych ward for a while to help her grieve, okay? He would keep her around, and even if they did get married, she's not going to be the only woman in his life. Absolutely not. In auction, yeah. But what was I going to say? I don't think they broke up. I think maybe it's an excuse to get some heat off her. I don't know. This is just me speculating. That's all. That's all I'm doing right here. Speculating. And geez, so guess we'll find out. Yep, TikTok. 100%. Just gross that it takes forever. Yes. Honestly, his minor child. Oh, God. Yeah, that poor kid. Have you seen pictures of that little boy? I'm not going to show the picture of the little boy, but he's got that dimple, you guys. Just like his dad, just like his grandpa. Grandpa Steve. The biological grandpa. Former Governor Rick Scott has fast-tracked the execution down there. Oh, finally. Well, you know what? What's his name signed an order. Trump did on that. But somebody will fight it. No, okay. I don't know how you people feel about the death penalty, but I feel there's certain cases that it's well deserved. And that case is one of them. And anything you do to children, okay, should be automatic felony, and your life shall be gone. Just saying. I don't care. You don't mess with kids. But no, they let those people go after a couple years just to reoffend. Oh, Candace Owner, she's funny. But I don't dare play her stuff. Oh, really? Yes, isn't that wonderful? It is wonderful. A lot of people are against it, but you know, whatever. A lot of people are too afraid to give their opinion. You should know you should play around in Florida, South Carolina, Texas. What's the other state? Texas, South Carolina, Michigan, and Florida. Don't mess around in those states. I just forgot the site of my source in that community. Oh, okay. She's funny. A lot of people don't like her. And I don't know why. Okay, there ain't much going on right now. See, okay, what I'm noticing these news outlets are doing out of Trump's whole press conference about this, they're only focusing on what he's saying about Biden and what he's saying about, you know, whatever. He's not talking. Oh God, they drive me nuts. They do. They drive me nuts, people. The only people I question are the ones convicted back in the 80s and 90s. Just make sure. Yeah, yes. Look at in Colorado right now, and I bet you know about that that person that worked in the lab with the DNA, and she's getting them wrong. They have to what, go over 1,000 cases because of she messed up on the DNA. Can you imagine how many people are innocent out there in Colorado? She was a CBI agent. I can't remember her name though. It's recent. It's recent. Yes, it's recent. Let me try to find it. Here we go. I found it. Hold on a minute. I got it. Oh God, I hate these commercials. All right, here we go. This is in Colorado. CBI scientist Missy Woods mishandling DNA. She's charged with 102 felonies.
A former state forensic scientist is now facing dozens of criminal charges after she was accused of manipulating data in more than 1,000 cases. Yvonne Missy Woods is in Jefferson County Jail tonight facing 102 felonies.
In September 2023, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation found irregularities in her work impacting hundreds of criminal cases that date back decades.
Investigative reporter Natalie Chuck has been combing through the court documents that reveal some very serious allegations, Natalie.
Yeah, Shannon and Jessica, and allegations that, if they are true, could have impacted investigations into murder, sex assault, robbery, and more, spanning a total of 15 years. The arrest affidavit paints a thorough picture of exactly how investigators believe Woods impacted cases. And for the first time, we are getting a glimpse into what exactly Woods told investigators as they questioned her about her handling of DNA data. A forensic scientist trusted with testifying in cases against Colorado's accused criminals for decades, now facing criminal charges herself. Yvonne Missy Woods, previously employed by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, is facing 102 felony charges. She is accused of committing a cybercrime, perjury, 48 counts of attempting to influence a public servant, and 52 counts of forgery. This arrest affidavit reveals investigators believe Woods input data values showing either no or little DNA was present in samples, manipulated data in sexual assault cases to make it seem no male DNA evidence was found when some was, and concealed any testing contamination.
The great irony of this case is that the DNA that brought him into this courtroom should have been enough, but the person that processed it was so flawed and so broken, and her name is Missy Woods, that she presented such a risk that we already had to bake in extra mercy for him.
Just last week, District Attorney George Brockler bringing Woods' name back into the spotlight after a man was convicted of a much lighter charge because Woods allegedly handled DNA at the crime scene. According to these court documents, investigators interviewed other forensic scientists. One flagged Woods' work over concerns back in 2018. When confronted by investigators saying data being deleted was likely not accidental, Woods responded, quote, "You're probably right." This case was investigated by the South Dakota Division of Criminal Investigation, but now it is being handled by the District Attorney's Office out in Jefferson County, which is also one of the many counties whose cases were likely impacted by Woods. In a statement, the DA said in part, "My office remains committed to reviewing all affected cases within our jurisdiction on behalf of the defendants and victims involved." Woods turned herself into jail there this afternoon and is being held on a $50,000 cash-only bond. Her attorney had no comment, but Woods will be in court tomorrow morning. For Denver 7 Investigates, I'm Natalie.
How sick is that? Isn't that crazy? Now, this was funny. That is funny. That's funny. Yes, he did. Crazy, right? Yes, she did. And she doctored up, well, yeah, just lazy too. What was I going to say? I forgot. She was getting paid off on some of the stuff too. I read that somewhere. She's being paid off too. That's thick. I'm going hard on this bitch. Oh, have you? You know what I say? I think I'm going to go out there and get arrested. I want to share a cell with her. There are no, oh, there's not? Oh, there isn't? I thought there was. Hi, Miss Barbara. Yes, you do. Yep. I know, right? Shit is crazy. Who knows? She don't, you know what? This lady does not even look normal to me. I'm just saying, I'm not downing her looks. I'm just looking at her, and my first thing I notice is she doesn't look like she's all there. Okay. Oh my God. Just, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Money. I don't know. Do not talk about bridges. Shame on you. Let's not talk about the bridge. No. No bridges here. Okay, let's see if there's an update. This was on January 15th. I wonder if there's an update on this. Let me look. Let's look, people. We're all looking together. Yeah, yes, there you go. All right, let's see what's going on with her. Oh, is this another one? Okay, so that's the most recent, 7 days ago. Okay, okay. Look at all these people. Wow. Do you know how much they're going to have to go redo all those cases, you guys? Wow. Colorado, I think you got a problem. You go get her. Duncan, you go get her. I just watched a short film on Trump's speech. His makeup artist sucks. He's so orange with white rings around his eyes. You know what? I think that man is stressed out. Yes, I like President Trump. He is the only president that has made me really like pay attention to them and actually wanting to hear what he has to say. I'm not saying I agree with everything. Because like with Biden, I'm like, okay, you're boring. I'm falling asleep. You're not making sense. You are confusing me because you're confused. That's all I can look at. That's all you can look at. That's funny. He had been looking good until he got to the White House, you guys. And then the orange makeup, it's back. It's back, people. I don't know what's going on with the White House makeup. That's funny. You know what? I wonder how we can do this. I think on Patreon or maybe on Facebook we can watch movies on there, and I won't get flagged. We could do that, you guys. It's a thought. It's a thought, people. On Patreon or Facebook Live. Like the pressure I watched one time with the lady with two sets of eyebrows. Okay. Bless his heart. At least he can communicate. Oh my god. Yeah. Did you take a screenshot? Oh my god, that's funny. You forgot you even had a memory? What's your memory? What is it? Have you had a vision of some sort? Yeah, I think we're going to write to the president, and I'm going to tell him he needs to be on time. When he says he's going to have a press conference, I expect that out of him. Yes, I do. And I'm going to say, I voted for you. I expect you to be on time, Mr. President. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to say, she's got a mental illness. I bet you anything. That's what he'll say. She got a mental illness. I looked into her. He probably would say that. I read last night about one of the people that had went to jail for a while, got stopped for something. I heard about that. Yes. No one believed you. I will too. You guys know I will. And you know why I would write it? Well, I think I would email and write one because I want a response of some sort. And I would also say, no, I don't want his helper responding. I want him to respond. Yes. Did you hear one of the guys that Biden Biden, one of the drug dealers that Biden released, was just arrested again. I think he unalived somebody. Yeah. He let a bunch of drug addicts go, by the way. Or people that sold drugs. I looked at his list. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. His son probably talked him into that. Go figure. I can't believe all his family. I know. And then he even gave a time frame. Can you believe that? Right. All right. I need to go make something to eat. I want to thank everybody for being here. And you know what? I got to check out Facebook Live. I wonder how you can do that on there. So we can watch movies. Because I know I can't do it on YouTube. Oh, no, 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 no. I can't even do NBC, ABC, or CBS. I think it's people just stick papers in. I know, right? Yeah, that's crazy. That was crazy. All right, I'm going to go. I want to thank everybody for being here. But if you ever want to watch a movie of some sort or go over something, okay, let's see. We covered this right now, right? And let's see, that movie Alive or whatever. Just let me know and we'll figure out something where we can watch it, but not on YouTube. Thank you. I want to thank everybody. Not unless they're super old, right? All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And if there's any updates, I will be back. But I'm going to go make something to eat. Are you? Yes, me too. All right, I'm really going to go this time. Bye-bye. Really? I'm sorry. Another creator used to play more. I don't know how people get away with it. I seriously don't. You people do not know what I deal with. And I don't mean it that way. I see some creators, they can. And then I've tried and no, absolutely not. Bye. You know what? That's what I've been doing on the internet because of people, them arresting criminal aliens, right? All right. So people are crying, you know, on TV and all that or whatever. So I'm going in the comments. I'm being good, you guys. But I'm going, bye. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is bye. Bye. All right, you guys. Okay. Goodbye. Put in the comments if you ever want to watch something. We'll figure it out. We'll do it. We will.